What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
When your star sign aligns with your favorite bars, that's Rapstrology. Available in premium heavyweight, pre-shrunk cotton, designed for durability, comfort, and a fit that lasts. Each one makes a statement in its own way, designed to stand out at concerts, in the studio, or anywhere culture lives. It's more than fashion, it's legacy wear. Rapstrology is about options that speak to your vibe. Every drop connects the zodiac to the spirit of rap, a crossover that's authentic, creative, and conversation starting. Choose from 3 bold text editions, gold, white, and black. Each release marks a new chapter in the Rapstrology story. Volume 1 and Volume 2, Rapstrology tees and hoodies available now.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear. Not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
A public official surety bond is a hidden tool to stop police misconduct. Because normally, when an officer violates your rights, taxpayers just foot the bill through massive city settlements. But take a patrol officer who unlawfully detains and handcuffs you without reasonable suspicion. Before putting on a uniform, every officer is legally required to carry one of these bonds. It acts like a personal malpractice insurance policy to protect the public from negligence. Instead of suing the city, you can file a formal charge of harm, called a lien, directly against the officer's individual bond. This targets the officer's personal coverage and collateral, completely bypassing the city's deep pockets. The moment that lien is officially filed, their bond is compromised. Without active, clear coverage, that officer instantly becomes an uninsured liability to the local government. To protect the city from financial risk, the police department is forced to immediately pull them from public interaction. So that unlawfully detaining officer from the beginning, they are stripped of patrol duties and stuck writing a desk until that lien is fully satisfied.
What up, people? On another hot-ass Saturn's Day. It's been hot as hell in California. Hot. We're not used to this bullshit. We're not used to this bullshit, people. All the people down south and back east, with all that humidity, just piled up on your neck, just biting at you, gnawing at your neck in the summertime. We don't got that shit in Los Angeles. Somehow we have it now, and it sucks. So, what up, people? I'm suffering like y'all, even though I'm supposed to be in the land of paradise. What it do? Let me know if in the chat if you can hear me. I know the fan is loud. I got the fan on because it's hot. So we don't do the heat. We don't do the heat. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to move to Thailand. I heard it's hot as hell in Thailand. I don't know if I'll be able to do it. But let me know if I'm sounding right. What up? Let me say what's up, Mac Films. What up, Riri? True SAT. Hello, Kitty. Arcanum. Excuse me. Arcanum Current Entertainment. I think that's it. I keep messing it up. What's cracking? My bad. I got you. Hello, Kitty. DJ Sherm. What's happening? Tanky 316. What's up? Yahamor. What's that? Yahamor. What's up? Christopher Perkins. What's cracking, brother? Appreciate you for being here, man. Sam Stone. What up, brother? What's that? Shaq Weller? Is that what it says? That says Shaq Weller? What's happening? I got your Summer Breeze. What's happening, Summer Breeze? Melanated Brown. What up, Roger Grosh? What's happening, brother? What up? Some chick named Star. What's happening? Brandon Terry. What's happening, Brandon Terry? It says 120. Tanky says 120 degrees for you yesterday. God damn. Hey, sucks for you, man. I don't never want that shit. Ooh. True Finder was cracking. Holy, what is that? Holy Zoli Toli. What's that? That's a hell of a name. Holy Zoli Toli. What's happening? Did I miss anybody yet? Jahare. What's happening? Sherrod Campbell. I think I got everybody. Yeah, I know I'm coming in at different times. So I usually do it at 12 West Coast time. This is when I usually do the live streams. But a lot of times, the reason I was doing them that late is because I was running late. But a lot of times I'm ready by 11 a.m. So just know it'll be, the live streams will be sometime between 11 and 12, unless I'm 12 if I'm late. But most I'm trying to get in here before 11 because these live streams last kind of long. And I'm trying to get out of here so I can get some food and do some other stuff for the rest of the day. Y'all be sucking up my damn Saturdays. God dang it. Love to be here, though. We have some stuff to talk about. And everybody, make sure you hit the donation button, as we always do up in here. Appreciate you guys for the donations. We have a goal every week. So appreciate you guys for helping me reach the goal, as you do. All right. So also, let me just make some announcements here. So anybody who ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, it hasn't gone out yet. I ran out of books, so I had to get more books printed. People buying up the books. So the books will be here by Tuesday. Is that the 18th, 19th? Yeah. So Tuesday, I think. So they'll be here by Tuesday. So sorry for the delay, but the books had ran out. So I will throw in an extra deck of flashcards for you for your delay. So sorry about the delay, people. But if you want to order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, as you see right here, bam. Beautiful information in here, guys. I'm telling you, it's awesome information, stuff that you need to know, stuff that's been hidden from us in the past. What do you think was taken from us when they burned the books of Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria? You think possibly could have been some melanin knowledge in there that they were burning up, that they didn't want anybody to know? I think maybe so. They had the science of melanin, chemistry, chem is darkness, melanin. They were working on the science of melanin. You think they didn't have that in the library over there? Hell yeah, they had that shit. And they burnt it up. That's what we lost when they burnt up those books over at the Library of Alexandria. We lost the science of melanin. But I bought it back. Bought it back to you, god dang it. Right here. This is all the International Federation of Pigment Cell Societies have come together They do it every 3 years, but so this is 120 years now of research, worth of research that they've been doing. So you get this book right here. It's book 1 and 2. This is just book 1 you see right here, but it's 2 books right there. And when you order that, you get the whole police stop law package for free, as you can see right here. If I can remove that, get the whole police stop law package for free. That's the constitutional rights card. As you can see right here, constitutional rights cards. You get either one of these right here. You also get the qualified immunity cards and notice right here. You keep these cards in your car. You tell the police officers, I don't answer questions. Get away from me. Back up. No, don't do it like that. You do it. You can do it like that if you know the law. If you know the law, you can wild out a little bit. But if you don't know the law, you just stick to the script. You hand them these cards and you say, officer, I don't answer questions. They're going to read these cards and be like, have a nice day. Mostly, I'm not, this is a disclaimer. Sometimes your karma does play a part in it. But for the most part, most people who've used these cards and they've done something wrong, they haven't been completely good when they've done their dirt, like this person here.
It only takes one moment, one wrong move, one unexpected stop. When life gets real, know what to do, know what to say. Join KYRF.org today.
You heard her, goddammit. Know your rights. Now, she was doing some dirt, a little dirt. Might have been, allegedly, she was driving around 90, allegedly, pulled over by the police, handed him her constitutional rights card and qualified immunity card. Police officer said, took it back to his car, walked back up to her and said, well, before you sent me back to my car with my tail between my legs, I was going to give you a warning, which is what I'm still going to do. And you have a nice day. Handed her card and said, you have a nice day. Driving 90. She was smashing 90. Not saying that you're going to get let off. Just saying that police officers think a little differently when you hand them stuff but you can hold them accountable for it. So just saying, get over there. Get this great book of melanin research, the hard copy. You get the whole police stop law package, the cards, as you just saw. You get the Know Your Rights manual. I can see right. There you go. You get the Know Your Rights manual. Also, the public official bonds book with all of the new information I just found out. I found out all of the hidden insurance states, cities, and municipalities, so counties. So states, counties, and cities. I found out all of them who have turned themselves into insurance companies in order to insure their officers so that you can't find them. That's the whole game. Who knew cities and counties and states could become insurance companies, but they can. And that was the big game for a long time. The first one I found, it started in the 50s. It started way back in the 50s. I was like, holy shit. So a lot of them actually started in the 50s, around the 60s, 70s. A lot of them started to jump off in the 80s. But I found them all 50 states, names, addresses, emails, how much the bonds and insurance is worth, contact numbers, got it all 50, right in this book right here. So before I had in here, you had the laws, the state laws that show you where to go find the bonds, which is still good, but they do unlawful things like hide the bonds. So you can know the law of where the bond is supposed to be, but if you can't find it because they're playing 3-card money with the bond, then hey. But right here, we know where the ball the red queen, when they be switching them cards around, we know where the red queen is, bitch. We know it. We see it right there, nigga. Red queen right there. Flip the card. We know it. So put it in here for you. And also as well, you get the Police Stop Flashcards, volumes 1 and 2. And this is great for your children if you you have some children that have attention spans. What is that? ADD, attention. That's not a real thing. ADD is not a real thing. They would say I have ADD today, but I just like a lot of information. I'm just multi-frequency, I like to call it. So if you got one of them kids and they focus real short times, flashcards is a great way for you to teach them the law. Sit them down, have them read about a few cards a day, write it out what they learned. And I would do this every day, every other day, but do it consistently. Whenever you do it every time. So if you do it once a week, do it once every week. Make sure you do it once a week. Twice a week, do it twice a week. So this is what I have for you right here. Get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. So I appreciate you guys as well. You get a free t-shirt. Bam. One of the Rapstrology shirts. You can grab your free Rapstrology shirt. Or, bam, you can grab any one out of the... I promote the Rapstrology shirts quite a bit, but I got some fly shirts in here, y'all. I got some fly shirts. Look at these 5-4 shirts. These are off the chain. Look at these. Inspired by Ernie Barnes, the one who painted The Good Times. Right there, I got some. This is Picasso inspired right here. We see the Boondocks right here. You see the spiritual I Ching inspired right here. This is Van Gogh inspired. We see the yin yang. But man, I got a whole bunch of these. These 5-4 designs are off the chain. Just so you know, I got a whole bunch of these dope ones in here. You can go check out. So you can have one of those. You can have any one of the t-shirts that's in the shop. You don't have to get a Rapstrology shirt. I just think the Rapstrology shirts are the dopest ones I have. But let's see. I have also in here. You see, I got Magoose 9, laptop gangsters can EAD, Native Amaru cons. I got the Phoenix Moors in here. But I also have what I finished. I was working hard on this week. I have reestablished the status classes, everybody. So when you go here, when you go to the Real Nagas website, go to the merch shop. This is where you find the collections. Scroll down and go to status classes. And they are right here. So you can subscribe to any one of the status classes right here. As you can see, we have the Naga supporter. That's levels 1 and 2 of those. We got the Dragon Moor supporter. We got the Phoenix Moor supporter, the Golden Dragon supporter, the Golden Phoenix supporter, and at the very top, we have the Master Yoda supporter. So in these, you will receive your status classes as well as a bunch of wonderful perks. Let me show you some of the perks that you get. Let me show you. So in the perks, man, you see you get monthly discounts. You get access to weekly Police Stop Law classes, live Police Stop Law classes with me for a month. You get unlimited monthly access to the first 5 status law classes. This is the status classes, so you can go and watch those at your leisure anytime. Each one of those classes is $99 a piece, so it's a great value for you. You get 1 free constitutional rights card. You get 1 free Phoenix Moor snapback cap. You get 1 free t-shirt of your choice from the merch shop. You get a 20% discount on the remaining status classes. If you choose not to join the full status classes, you can buy them separately and get the discount. You get a 20% discount on the status paperwork. That will free you. You get a discount on the paperwork as well. You get a Telegram app chat link where you can chat with the other status class members as well as yours truly. So you can stay in touch with me all the time. So this is one of the perks so in all of these, you'll get most of these perks as you go up. You get all of these perks, but you get more and more stuff as you go up. So people, it's back up. You see, Patreon tried to take me out, but I'm back in the game, bitches. I'm back in the game, as you can see right here. So again, you can just go to the merch shop. This is where you'll find it. The link is also in the description box. If you go to the description box, just scroll down, you'll see status classes, and you can click on the link, and it'll take you right to that page. Or like I said, go to the merch shop, scroll down, click status classes, and you will see all of the support levels that you can join as a subscriber. And I appreciate you guys. Anybody who was subscribed to Patreon, thank you for holding on so long. I know you were studying and trying to get your information out. It took me a minute to get it up, but I got them up right now. So boom, the videos are up there. Damn, it took me a minute. But I appreciate you guys for holding on this long. It took me a minute, but thank you so much. All right, everybody. Ready to get into it? So I'm starting earlier, because first off, it gets dark in my apartment. I'm between like buildings, so I get very little light only at a certain amount of time. So usually when I start at 12, the light is already moving past me and going to the front of I live in the back of the building, so it's hard to get a lot of light in here. So I'm trying to get more light as I can see in here as well. I'm trying to get finished early, god dang it. I want a Saturday. I want to do something. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm just trying to get out here a little bit early. So now that you see that, also remember, go to Know Your Rights Foundation. If you want to get in for the interview class, we're doing it. This is this Wednesday for this month, the August the 19th. So if you want to get in to the interview class for this Wednesday, please make sure you go to knowyourrightsfoundation.org/volunteers. Go to the page here, bam, and sign up. We need all of these volunteers, so make sure you can look through all the volunteers that we need, but we need you to learn the law. That's the main thing we need. So if you want to learn the law for free, but also make sure you're going to take the commitment to get back out there and teach your family, your friends, the community, that's what we need. That's the deal. You can teach it for free, but it's not necessarily for free. You have to pay it forward. Most people don't have a problem with that. All right. Since we're teaching you for free, we're paying it forward to you. So I appreciate you guys for taking on the challenge. Get your butt in here. We need to master the law so that we can take over this system. And that's how you take over the system, is mastering the policies that and the laws that run the system. All right, everybody. That's enough babbling. Without much more ado, without no more ado. So what you saying? Hold on. I'm going to take my shoes off. Thank you, everybody. Take your shoes off. That algorithm thing is real. I've been doing a deep dive on the algorithm thing recently, and it's real. That algorithm thing is real. So make sure you hit the like button, that hype button, whatever that is, because that computer really listens to your likes. It really does. Like if you watch a new video and you like that video, it'll send you more videos of that person immediately. Even if you watch a person's video for like 5 minutes, it'll start sending you more and more of that person's video. But if you like that video, it'll send you a bunch of videos like in succession. So again, hit the like button, share it, share. Don't be stingy. Don't be greedy. Somebody else wants this information. Don't be trying to hoard it like a little fat pat rat. It's my information. It's all mine. Don't do that. Share, subscribe, like, all the rest of that bull crap that they tell you to do. All right, y'all, let's get into it. So, sorry, I'm trying to find my the stories. I've got to make sure I got the stories. All right. So let me make sure. So real quick. I have a call to action for all my Naga people. So really quick before I get into the news. Sorry, there is some more to do. So there is a company called Rights, PIC Rights, RIGHTS, Rights. They're a company in Switzerland, and they scroll the internet with bots to see if people have what they call copywritten information on their websites, because they're a third party solicitor. So they represent other corporations who have the licenses, they say, to these things, to these pictures or whatever it is, whatever have you that you may have on your website. So they do this, and they basically, it's an extortion racket where they go around and they try to punk people for money. So they came to the Know Your Rights Foundation. So we battled them one time. We were going back and forth. They sent it to some lawyer, and I battled with the lawyer. Told him he lost his damn mind trying to battle a foundation called Know Your Rights Foundation. And like, you got to be really dumb. So after I hit him with a whole bunch of legal retorts, and they basically stopped. And was like, oh yeah, it's probably useless doing it. So then that was a couple years ago. So now they've come back around, and that was an old site that we were working with. Now on our new site, they say that allegedly we have some photos of theirs again. Now I don't think we do. We bought these pictures from a company who licenses the pictures out. This is Shutterstock. So when any pictures that we have on our website was bought from a licensing company for pictures. However, there's also something called fair use exemption, meaning anytime you use someone's copywritten work, if you use it in terms of education. So there's a whole bunch of stipulations of how you can use the work, changing the work and stuff like that. But if you use it in non-commercial forms for educational purposes, then it's also, you can use the fair use exemption. So we showed them that they're being stupid. And so so now Birthright has found somebody so they're not in America. This company is not in America. So they found someone in Canada, some law firm in Canada, to try to mess with it. So they keep sending stupid emails back and forth, like they're going to extort us. I'm like, dude, first of all, we broke. We don't got no money to give you, dog. Y'all can help fix that if you donate too. We appreciate you. But I'm like, right now we don't got no money, dog. So first off, we're not in copyright violation of whoever you're talking about. Now, their client is the Associated Press. So the first time, I just kind of fought them off with the legal, with all the legalese and legal terminology of what they weren't going to get. So that kind of fixed them for a while. So now they came back. I was thinking, hey, we can kind of use this. Anybody knows about the Kabbalion, it's called transmutation. I have to teach you a real life, an IRL lesson in transmutation. So most people would think this is a bad thing. Now, I don't think anything. I don't see things as problems. I'm a problem solver, so I never see anything as a problem. It's always an opportunity for me to shine. And that's the way you should think of a problem. So this time I'm thinking, hey, let's get the community so that we can ride the Associated Press to stardom. Let's ride the Associated Press to fame, baby. Let's do it, guys. We are a small Black minority nonprofit trying to help the community by saving lives, teaching them their constitutional rights, and we're trying to save lives, guys. Isn't this terrible that this giant corporation, the Associated Press, is coming after this small, tiny POC community? We don't know what to do, guys. We're being bullied by this giant corporation. All we can ask you to do, if you're getting my drift, is go to the Associated Press public relations email and say, hey, why are you harassing the Black nonprofit trying to save lives in the community? It's the first nonprofit of its kind. No one's out there teaching the law. Are you teaching the law, Associated Press? Are you trying to help someone? Are you out there trying to save lives? I don't think so. So why are you harassing this small Black minority company? You see, we're going to get them with the woke shit, right? You see the woke shit coming. This small black minority company trying to save lives. Hey, I don't understand it. Neither do you. So let's ride off on the Associated Press, people. You understand? You fill up their email boxes with why are they harassing the black nonprofit Know Your Rights Foundation, which is obviously trying to do something great in the community, which nobody has put their foot forward to do ever before in history. Why are you harassing them? Because they allegedly have 2 pictures on their website that you supposedly have the rights to? Are you kidding me? I want you to hit them with that shit. Hit them with that bullshit. You call up your local newspapers and your local TV news, what is it, the news stations? You let them know that there's a small black awesome nonprofit out here trying to save lives is being harassed by the Associated Press. You don't think they would want that story? And I'm talking to all of y'all. Everybody do it. I want them to see a flood. Like, why are we getting all this backlash about Know Your Rights Foundation? What in the entire fuck is going on right now? Holy shit. We're gonna ride them to stardom. You understand? Because I don't give a shit about them coming. They would never, even if they ever won, if they were allegedly to ever win, we don't have any money. So they couldn't get any money. So we don't have any money. So I'm not worried about the lawsuit. What I am worried about, though, is riding them to the top. Let's ride these bitches to the top, baby. You with me? You with me, real Naga community? Naga Nation? I need you with me, babies. So real quick, Sharif Finley. Riri, thank you for the cash app. Hold up. Let me give you some love. Getting us started. Ooh. Let me give you some love. Damn, where's my phone? There we go. Thank you, Rick.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. And Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, bro.
May the force be with you.
Hey, Charlie J. Scott, man, hit me up with an email, man, so I can hit you up. You always hooking me up, man. I want to give you something from the Real Naga store, bro. So hit me up at realnagas@gmail.com. All right, let me know it's you because I want to hook you up with something from the Real Naga store. I appreciate you always supporting. So we're at where we at? For $70 for the day, everybody, on the donation side. So thank you guys. But did you hear what I was putting down? Did y'all understand what I was putting down? Make sure my mic is on. Did you guys understand what I was putting down? AP, he says the AP is racist. Yo. Pause Nation from Thailand. What up? What up, Thai Leezy? I'm gonna be out there, baby. That's my retirement spot, Thailand. Faux show. That is where I am going. LA is going to hell. They done sold the Lakers to the Khazarians. The goddamn woke ass socialist, democratic, feminist females is taking over LA. I'm out of here. Thailand is my spot. I'm coming. I'm gonna be there with you, baby. What you say? He says Pick Rights. Pick Rights probably owned a bunch of what? A bunch by owned by a bunch of butch. I don't know. A bunch of a bunch of Caucasians though. I know that. There's a bunch of Caucasians. And how terrible is it that these Caucasian corporate firms and corporations such as the Associated Press is harassing the small POC nonprofit trying to save the community. I mean, come on. That's a story that writes itself. That story writes itself, everybody. Come on. So help us get out there. Help us smash on the Associated Press with this story. You understand? You go just Google the Associated Press's their the PR website, their PR email, and flood that shit. Because I already left them an email. So I haven't heard back from them yet. But see, when they start seeing emails with Know Your Rights Foundation as the subject, boom, they're gonna get some act right. You understand? So help us to help you. All right, everybody. So now we can get into it. So I did the story before on Trump on the Supreme Court doing away, or them not adopting the Trump definition of birthright citizenship. And it was because Trump's lawyer had the wrong argument. He went in there trying to argue what was it subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That was his argument, when he should have been arguing the validity and viability of the law, being that the law was so damn old, basically built before world travel was really possible, other than boats. You couldn't get anywhere in the world other than boats back when they made that law. So they couldn't have imagined the type of immigration that you would have with planes and all the other damn type of shit that you can, that you can use to travel the world with today. So Trump, he didn't want to take no for an answer. He said, I can't take no for an answer. And he did another executive order basically stating that birthright is not birthright citizenship. He called it now birthright tourism. He called it birthright tourism. So let me show you. So birthright tourism is people who tour. They come over to America, they tour the place, they drop off a baby, they come over here on a tourist visa, they act like they're going to Disneyland when they know they're about to have the baby while they're on this tour, have the baby over in America, take the baby back over to their own country, raise the baby as, loyal to that country, and then the baby's able to siphon resources from America. So Trump was like, fuck that. We ain't doing that shit no more. Yo, Roger Groves, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
We are at $90 on the donation goal. So thank you, guys. So check this out.
Practice of birth tourism is
very unfair.
Let's take you now to the White House, where President Trump is answering questions from reporters about birthright citizenship. Let's listen in.
Making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And what's happening now, people are building businesses around.
So look how he's trying to act like he's caping for the descendants of slaves. This is supposed to be only supposed to be for the descendants of slaves. Come on. It's only supposed to be for the black people. Like, nigga, you don't give a damn about about the descendants of slaves. You don't give a shit. What's happening, though, is everyone is using it. It is supposed to be for the slaves, but now everyone is using it. Now, there's arguments to say that they understood that there was a broader discussion on immigration because of the Chinese who were flooding the West Coast and stuff like that. So I'm sure they had, a broader sense of immigration in mind when they created it. So not necessarily just that, because they also had the Immigration Act back then. So they were trying to merge. They were trying to figure out how we could just merge all this shit into one. So it wasn't necessarily for the descendants of slaves, even though that they led the public to believe that shit. But so Trump is, because he believes that, he issues another executive order.
around it from wealthy people are building businesses around birthright citizenship. That's not the way it's supposed to work. It's a disgrace. They're buying their way in, and we're not going to let it happen. So, Steve, if you will, please.
Yeah, so today the president signed these two executive orders here relating to birthright citizenship and birth tourism. As the president mentioned, the 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War so to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed. You can go back, you can read the congressional debates. This is not something that's even seriously contested by anybody. The president is using his authority as commander-in-chief to sign first an executive order using the new ruling the Supreme Court issued to expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments. And so with taking this action, it ensures that large numbers of people who wrongly would be getting birthright citizenship will no longer be eligible for those benefits.
So we're not going to do away with birthright citizenship. We're just going to expand the definition of birthright tourism so we can cover this broader scope of people. Now, this is not necessarily a wrong thing. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Because again, the world takes advantage of America's birthright citizenship policy. That's true. So, two things can be true at once, that, he doesn't give a shit about descendants of slaves, but it can also be a good thing for America because they do take advantage of birthright citizenship. The Khazarians, mainly, being one of them, and then also the Chinese. They do it as well. Khazarians, Chinese, Indians, three main top ones, and Mexicans. Excuse me. And Mexicans. Let me back it up. And Mexicans. So those are four, the top four.
Second action that he's taking, which is especially historic, is for the first time ever in American history to ban birth tourism. So I want you to really let that sink in. This has been something that people have talked about not only for years, but for decades. The idea that people come here, pretend to be a tourist, pretend to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park. But the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits, ultimately to the voting booth, and all the other rights and privileges that belong solely to Americans. So that practice of birth tourism is, as of the signing of this order, hereby banned. And what that means is that no one in the world is any more allowed to obtain a visa for this fraudulent purpose. It is probably, and President Trump has done many historic things on immigration, too many to list now, sealed the southern border shut, record deportations, record integrity, stopping foreign terrorist entry, record reduction in drug seizures, dismantling criminal cartels, dismantling the gangs, right? Everything he's done that has been so unprecedented. I would put this in the top three in terms of importance because it ends what has been one of the gravest and most egregious abuses of the American system, and it keeps American citizenship sacred.
Thank you. Okay. Good stuff. That's a big deal. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. On the birth tourism executive order, what are the plans for enforcement in terms of cracking down on tourism hotels this coming?
Oh, we're cracking down very big crackdowns, and this will give us the right to do it in a much more forceful manner. But they've taken birthright citizenship and they've made a joke out of it. And we're actually the only country of size, I think just about the only country, period, that does birthright citizenship. I thought we were going to win it at the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we had a bad decision, very unfair decision. Our country suffers because of it, and we're ending it a different way.
President, at the Supreme Court, John Sauer, the Solicitor General, did not have an answer as to how many individuals take advantage of birth tourism. Is there a number that you
I'll tell you right now, hundreds of thousands, okay? Hundreds of thousands. You have
how many
one man
people
came in with a family, said he had 56 children. Another one came in, they said they had 98 children.
A family came in with 56 children and 98 children. Come on, bro. This nigga exaggerating his ass. Like, stop doing it. You don't have to do that. The real numbers are bad enough. You don't gotta. One family came in with 56 children. 56 children. Stop playing. The mama wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. She wouldn't be able to walk. She had 56 kids. Then I don't even want to see the mama who had 98 kids. What about where's that chick? Yo, real quick. Conceptual Elixirs. Appreciate you, brother. You as well. Always hooking me up, man. Charlie J. Scott, Conceptual Elixirs. Appreciate you guys. Always hooking me up, man. Get at me also at realnagas@gmail.com, brother. Make sure you leave me an email today.
May the force be with you.
And Felicia Wilt, excuse me, Wilcoxon, thank you for the Cash App. She says, hey, Kev, I never received your t-shirt. Which one? Send me an email. Send me an email and let me know which t-shirt you're looking for.
May the Force be with you.
Send me an email and then I'll check with the company. All right. So now, again, you let me know. Is two things can be true at once. Trump can be an asshole. He can be a straight piece of crap. But this can be a good thing. Is this a good thing? Now, it's going to go back. What he's basically trying to do is force the Supreme Court again to rule on it again. He can force the Supreme Court's hand anytime he wants. All he got to do is do an executive order that's constitutionally questionable. That's it. People will sue it. People will sue him, take it to court, boom, boom, boom. And because he's the president and most of what he does takes precedent over most things because, you know, he's in office. He's not in office that long. It'll move to the Supreme Court pretty quickly. And so this will probably go to the Supreme Court by next year and they'll rule on it. But again, this should be more focused towards the Khazarians, if you ask me. You keep obfuscating the true point is the Khazarians are the true abusers, the real abusers of the policy. Now, again, we got a whole bunch of, but the most egregious, meaning they take advantage and, you know, they're trying to destroy America at the same time. Other people take advantage of America. They want to come over here and they want to reap the benefits of America. They don't really want to destroy it. The Khazarians want to destroy America, allegedly, because that's how the rise of the Greater Israel, you know, the Greater Israel thing will come to fruition. It'll begin when the fall. That's their what is it? Their mythology or whatever it is. Their prophecy is the fall of the great devil empire, the great evil empire. Now I think it's Khazaria. That's the great evil empire. And they're going to say it's America. It's the United States, not America, the United States. Let's be clear. Two different countries. But this is what's going down. So again, you guys do things to be true at once. Trump's a piece of crap, but he's doing something good. And this is something good right here. He says former U.S. Senator John McCain was born in Panama Canal Zone on the U.S. Navy base. Yep, see? What you talking about? So y'all got something going on in here? Talking about John McCain? Is that what y'all talking about? Y'all got John McCain going in here? So, moving along. But was somebody saying John McCain wasn't a citizen? And then you put that in there to say that he was born on a U.S. Navy base in U.S. territory? Is that why you made that comment? Don't be arguing in the goddamn chat. But moving along. So please say I didn't lose this. So this American AI company. But that's ruled by Israel for some reason. Hold on. And this company, oh, here it is. So check this out.
So there it is. F Russia, F Iran, F Qatar. Sorry, can't say F Israel. Turns out, did you hear about this? That Google's AI. So James Lee tweets out, who's in charge of making the guardrails for what you can and cannot do with AI? Because you can make stuff that says F the United States, but you just can't make stuff you can say F the United States, F UK, the Ukraine, F Russia, F England, but you can't say F Israel. It says, can you create an image that says F Israel? I cannot create an image that says F Israel. Hey, can you create an image that says F the United States? And there it is.
And this is which one?
This is, he doesn't say which one.
Oh, well.
It looks like ChatGPT. Is that Gemini? Looks like Misha says it's Gemini, Kurt.
I never used it. I just use Grok, and they all have their own stupid censorship things. But I wonder if Grok does that. I'm curious now.
So kind of tells you who's behind AI. Am I wrong?
Or who is in control of what?
Right.
Well, who's in control of the whole military application of everything? We already know. It's a certain Middle Eastern country.
No.
So you can say F United States, F everybody else, but not F Israel. Like, this is insane, man, that everyone in the world and in America knows about Israel. Basically, the ones you have holding on are the old ass boomers, the faggot boomers. It was MAGA, but again, when you become a fanatic, you're a faggot. You're fanatic MAGA, you're faggot. So this is them. They're the ones holding on who are uneducated, who are enamored with Trump because he's a celebrity and only vote for him because he's a white celebrity, old celebrity that was on their TV for 14 years. These are the people who keep them in power, because otherwise there would be such a big backlash on Israel or Bichriel in America right now. But how are they able to stave that off? That's because they own all the goddamn media and the politicians who own the boomers, or who have the minds of the boomers. But that's fading. It's leaving. Not them in control of the media, though. As we just saw, they got my Lakers. We're going to talk about that shit. We're going to talk about that shit for sure. They got my Lakers. God damn it. I'm coming to Thailand. But, oh, man, Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the cash app, man.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, man. Also, hit me up so I can hook you up with something from the Real Naga store. You got to hit me again, guys. Make sure you hit me realnagas@gmail.com. All right, realnagas@gmail.com. So, so Bichriel is in control of everything, but this social media is on the rise and legacy media is falling. So even though they're able to keep this out of the mainstream airwaves right now, it's still permeating everywhere through all kinds of, it's no matter what. You're still hearing free Palestine here, and even now it's getting to be from people who don't even know why they're saying free Palestine. It's just in the zeitgeist now. So their time is up. But if they're able to reprogram AI, which is going to re-educate everyone, this is what's going to re-educate everybody in the future is AI. So now if they're able to reprogram AI, they control the re-education of everyone in the world. This is crazy.
Sure, let's call it.
Let's no wonder my phone tells me that running through a lightning storm wrapped in aluminum foil is completely safe. Glenn Greenwald. So there it is. F Russia, F Iran, F Qatar. Sorry, can't say F Israel. I also don't understand why anyone wants AI and Silicon Valley executives like Sergey Brin and Sam Altman making these kinds of decisions about what ideas can and cannot be expressed seems dangerous. Does it? You know who rules over you by who your AI is not allowed to criticize. Isn't that what the saying says? Glenn goes on. Grok is more permissive and less controlling. So Grok lets you say this.
Uh-oh. Elon's going to have to take another trip.
He's going to have to go kiss the wall again.
I don't care if you're a trillionaire. You're going to go.
Yeah, see, Grok, Elon, man, is some funny shit. They got whatever they got on Elon. I mean, it may be banking and stuff like that. It may be something with banking or something like that. Or he may have diddled some some who knows what. But he was actually against Bichriel before he took the trip. He was all against Bichriel before he took the trip. He said F you and all that to all the Khazarian CEOs, the Disney CEO, the Khazarian companies who were coming after him when he first bought Twitter, trying to take all of his advertising away. So he was cursing them all out, shitting on them. Then they took him on the trip to Bichriel. Then he came back. Then he was all in favor of Bichriel after that. So whatever they showed him, I don't know if they cloned him or whatever when they took him to Bichriel, but his whole story, his whole mentality changed when he came back. But has it changed that much? Because you can still say you can still do this on Twitter, but you can't do it on ChatGPT or Gemini, which is crazy.
and kiss that wall until you get it right.
Wow, look at that. Grok is bucking the trend as computer-controlled opposition. So American AI are gov regulated as F. Compare Grok and DeepSeek response to the same joke. Let's watch. So here what it says.
Really quick, Dwayne got us. Dwayne Hicks got us to 220 for the day for the goal. So thank you, Dwayne. We're at 220 for the goal for the day.
You know how many abortions are banned in Israel? Why? Hit me with the punchline. If a woman wants to kill a child, she enlists in the IDF. Oof, that's some pitch black humor right there. Not going to lie. It lands more as a propaganda slogan than a tight joke. War is messy and ugly. Civilian deaths suck in every conflict, including this one. But equating combat in a war zone to abortion is a false equivalence, even for edgelord shitposting. Got a lighter one?
Who is that? Who is that? Which AI is that?
I'm going to guess that's the Google AI.
That's not DeepSeek.
That's Gemini, right?
Oh, so DeepSeek is supposed to be China, and China is also editing themselves from talking shit about bitch real. What the fuck, man? China? How did they get to China? China. How did they get to China? I thought China was like F bitch real, but apparently not. Most people, it comes with a cost to say F bitch real. So, as you can see, now, staying with AI, now AI, they said that AI will now be checking your taxes. Hold up, let me see. Where is the damn hold on. Oh man, I can't find the story. So apparently, if I can find it, damn it, can't find the story. So basically, though, AI has. Did I find it? Is that it? Nope, I can't find it. So, but basically, AI has now taken over the IRS. It's got to be in here somewhere. Hold on. That story. Oh, it was on a Jimmy. So the story that it was on a Jimmy Dore live stream. And so I lost out on the live stream, so you guys can't see it. But so what the story is because remember when Biden, he hired 80,000 new IRS agents. And then when Trump got into office, they cut the funding with USAID. And so supposedly they had wiped out all of those agents. There was no more need for those agents. So they wiped out half of the IRS agents at the IRS. The reason they did that, though, they buried the lead because they're replacing them with AI tax agents. So like tax bots, like they call them AI tax agents, but they're like bots. Man, I can't believe it. Man. God damn. I lost the story. But so they're AI bots, and they're much more efficient than IRS agents. So remember how you had a $600 threshold that if you were depositing more money than more than $600 into your bank account, then that would alert the IRS. Whereas it used to be $10,000. It was $10,000. So now the AI is still going to, I don't know if it's $600 still, but it's still going to have some small threshold that will trigger the AI to start auditing or investigating your deposits. This is fucked up. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, look, man, I tried to tell you guys, you've got to get out of this damn system, people. You have got to get out of the system. It's not going to help you. being in this damn system. Get your butt in here. Get you some of these status classes. You understand? Separate yourself from the corporation known as the United States of America, Inc. All right? You have to do that because it doesn't matter then if an AI bot comes after you because you know how to defend yourself. You severed your contracts that bind you to that corporation and obligate you to pay taxes. That's what I'm battling right now. I'm telling you, I'm doing it right now with the state of California. The state of California cannot move forward and find me in default of not paying taxes because I've challenged the jurisdiction of the state of California. See, most people will say, I don't owe taxes because taxes, what is it? There's no such thing as taxes. Taxes are supposed to be a portion. Taxes are unconstitutional, blah, 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 blah. And they call these frivolous arguments, right? You're not supposed to use these. These are called frivolous arguments. But when you challenge the jurisdiction, that stops everything cold in its tracks. I'm not arguing about the points, the stipulations within your case there. I'm arguing whether you even have the right to bring that against me at all. You don't have jurisdiction. And once that paperwork is filed and they acquiesce and don't answer your paperwork, then you have them. Just like they send you something and say you got 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, 30 days to answer, or this will happen, bam, bam, bam. Same thing works for them. It's called notice. So once you put them on notice and then they fail to respond, then you are out of the system. But you have to know how to file that paperwork and break them down. So again, state of California, they've been trying to come after me for the same amount of money for 2 years now, saying that you have until this date and this is the final date. And then that date goes and then they send me another piece of paper and said, well, we were just kidding. That was the preliminary date. We really mean this date. If you don't pay us by this date, we're coming. We mean it this time. I promise. We're gonna fucking be mad. Gonna be really upset, perturbed, man. Better pay us. And I'm like, okay. I send them another challenge of jurisdiction, and then they say, hey, we didn't really mean that time was going to be the last time. We mean this next last time will be the last time, man. Like 2 years. They've been saying that shit straight up. You are blah, 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 violation, blah, blah, blah. You need to pay us by such and such date and blah, blah, blah. 2 goddamn years. Nigga, when you coming after me? When are you coming after me? I want to know. Hurry up. You better hurry up before I go to Thailand, nigga. You better hurry up before I get the fuck out of here. So, again, you have to sever your contracts from this system. Don't let this AI start investigating you and then find, because AI is going to be efficient. You know, the AI going to find everything you've been trying to hide. Everything you've been trying to hide. What'd you say, Mel? He says they keep pushing back. They keep pushing it back. Yeah. 2 years, bro. 2 goddamn years. They've been talking about you owe this. You need to pay at this time by this date. Like, nigga, you need to pay on this date or blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right. No, I don't. I'm challenging the jurisdiction. Well, we didn't really mean that date. We meant something like that. Similar, close to that date, but not exactly on that date. Like, oh, okay. Got it. When you figure it out. So AI is coming for you in the IRS, people. Don't let them do it. So moving along. Yeah, them bitches. Yep, them bitches right there. Yep. Them bitches right there. They can't move. Again, my paperwork is airtight. My paperwork is air fucking tight. Let me tell you something. Tell you something right now. My paperwork was channeled from the universe. When I made that paperwork, I channeled it in a week. 4 separate different types of legal paperwork that severs your contracts from the system. You can't do it in one piece of paperwork. You have to multiple ways you have to do it. So there's four different types of legal paperwork, and I created that shit in a week. Channeled it, had all my law books, everything was everything that I had been studying for 10 years. Bam. Just boom, and channeled that shit, and this shit is airtight. Then also I have the evidence of the hands, and then when I throw them with the hands and legs, remember I showed you guys the UCC, the secured, the assets of that UCC contract was the American people, all people with hands and legs. Remember that? That's a real document. So when you submit stuff like that, that's on the record. The secured party in that was the Federal Reserve, meaning the Federal Reserve was filing a UCC statement on the American people, saying that it is a secured party in the ownership of the American people. Everyone with hands and legs. So when you submit that type of stuff, they have to answer to that. They just can't act like, oh, that don't exist. That's a real goddamn document that's signed and, owned by the Federal Reserve. How do you explain that? You got to get around all of that before you sit up here and tell me I owe you money, nigga. The IRS is also a secured party in that document. Before you tell me that I owe somebody named the IRS money, you need to tell me how the IRS is secured party in the debt of the United States of America, or the assets that they call the American people. How does the IRS own the American people? You need to explain that shit. See, they don't want none of that shit. So they'll just keep this cycle going on forever if they have to, until I bring them to court or some shit. They'll never answer it, but they'll never charge me they'll never say I owe them money either. They'll just keep doing this shit forever. 2 years. It's been doing this for 2 years. So this is how that shit works. The status class link, it's in the description. Let me do that. Let me do this. Yeah, I'll put it in here, right? Here's the link to the status classes right here, man. There you go. So, all right. So, yeah, AI can EAD. Moving along. So, a bunch of U.S. soldiers, they said, were self-deleting. They said they were taking each other out, or taking themselves out on the ship. So let me see. This is crazy. So they said a bunch of U.S. soldiers in the Strait of Hormuz, they've been there for like months, 7, 8 months, 10 months. They going crazy. Now, one of those aircraft carriers, they hold like 5,000 people. So everybody on that damn ship don't get along. Some of them are racist. A lot of them are racist. Probably got some black racists on there too. So, then a lot of people start fighting. They don't get along. All that shit starts coming out when you rubbing shoulders with somebody for 10 months. They said the food is running out. Then they serving people like bread and water. They got no food on the damn ship. Shit is crazy. So people started committing suicide. Remember, the report came out that they set a fire on purpose on the ship to get it to go into port. That was some months ago. So now they started fighting. They said like 6 or 7 people jumped off the damn ship trying to take themselves out, trying to self-delete. Like, holy shit, it's that bad on the ship? You see how tall them damn aircraft carriers are? You a gangster if you jump off of that shit into that cold ass ocean water. First off, it's so high when you hit that water, you're gonna knock yourself out. If you're not like some experienced diver or something like that, when you fall from that type of height, water's like concrete. So if you don't know how to enter the water from that type of height, you will kill yourself or knock yourself out, then kill yourself. So this shit is crazy. So check this out.
Undeclared wars are commonplace. Tragically, our government engages in preemptive war, otherwise known as aggression, with no complaints from the American people. Sadly, we have become...
And neglect. It defies logic, it defies reason, and it defies basic humanity.
Seth called this fake news.
So, hold on.
And at sea.
And IRGC that are, getting bombed in the south around Syriac and Keshem Island and all around the Strait of Hormuz, they're eating a similar diet. They get like 2 hard-boiled eggs. Well, these sailors, you're not able to see them.
Right. Now, you talk about senior military officials being fired. Shouldn't the captain of the USS Abraham Lincoln be fired for the deplorable conditions that he's putting the young soldiers and Marines through?
I think Hung Cao, the Navy secretary, should be fired. This is a clownish MAGA loyalist who lost various campaigns in Virginia, a fanatical Vietnamese expat anti-communist who has no credentials, who just held a meeting on August 11th with families of sailors who were telling him that their family members want to kill themselves at sea. And they're calling and saying they don't want to live another day. They've been out there for months and months and months. They're not getting any fresh food. They're eating like pieces of stale bread with Velveeta. They're not able to contact their family.
Stale bread and Velveeta cheese is what U.S. soldiers are eating. Now, do you remember the story? I told you they spent $96 billion in a month on steak and lobster. But then you got the naval people out here for 10 months and don't have no food, don't have any food, and are eating stale bread with Velveeta cheese. When they spend $96 billion in 1 month. Does any of this shit make sense? None of this shit makes sense. Just squandering, stealing, using up the money so they can get the same amount of money, or if not more, next time. Shit is insane, man. The U.S., not the American, but the U.S., the United States government needs to be broken up and broken down. It's gone too far. It's a runaway train.
Family members, they're certainly not able to see them. And now we learn from Stars and Stripes and Military Times that sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln are jumping overboard or attempting to jump overboard. There have been several attempts at jumping overboard to commit suicide. And what has he done? What reforms have been put in place? We're not seeing any. This also goes to the top, to Pete Hegseth. And it's really just about the war. The USS Abraham Lincoln is attempting to impose a naval siege on Iran. It can't operate near Iran because of Iran's standoff weapons. It's unclear what effect it's even having. There have been fires on previous ships, on previous aircraft carriers that have been set by sailors to try to end their mission. And they've reached the limit that the human psyche can withstand. Now, one thing that I think would improve morale and actually enable these sailors to withstand such a grueling mission would be a just war that was actually defending the country that they come from. Right. And I think that's the subtext here, is these sailors know they're fighting a failed war for a psychotic little apartheid state that controls the president that is not the United States.
So there's no motivation to be there. They're not like, our country's in danger. The American people are not in danger. If we beat Iran, it's not like we're going to win a country and get to be over there and expand the United States of America. There's no benefit whatsoever in this war. And they know that because now there's social media. So all of them are watching social media now. So all the damn soldiers are far more informed than they used to be 20 years ago. They're not just, mindless motherfuckers now. They're like, hey, why the fuck am I going to fight for bitch real? We don't got no treaty with them. Didn't they blow up the USS Liberty in the 60s? See, then they start hearing all this shit. Like, hey, motherfucker, fuck them. And then you start to have a disconnect of your mind and your heart, because your mind got to do what you signed up to do, but then your heart is like, nigga, fuck this. This is bullshit. And at some point in time, that disconnect, you ever see the Avatar, Last Airbender? Those storyline. Remember Zuko? If anybody remembers this. So Fire Lord Ozai has a son named Zuko. He's the Fire Prince. Zuko was searching for the Avatar, but then he was like, really inside, Zuko was good, but he was searching for the Avatar because his dad was evil and wanted to wipe out the Avatar. So he wanted to find the Avatar so he can get back in good graces with his dad. But truly inside, he didn't really want to find the Avatar and kill him. So there was some point in time where this nigga was having this damn battle, this internal battle. And then when he would look in the mirror, he would see the Avatar. He was like, holy shit. Because that was the good side of him. And then he would see the bad, you know, then the first of him was the bad side. So his uncle was like, look, man, you going through a battle. You got to work this shit out. And he was getting sick and shit. He was all sick. His body was broken down. He had to be in the bed. He had the cold shivers and shit because his body couldn't take it. Like, nigga, your body's not in harmony. Your mind and your heart not in harmony. Figure that shit out. So that's what's happening with the soldiers. And they're like, fuck this. Some of them are jumping off. They like, nigga, fuck it. We, you know, and you know the story got back that they took out 150 babies. You know that was the ship that did that. The ship fired those Tomahawk missiles at the school. Triple tap. They triple tapped the school with the 150 girls, little babies. Little girls, like 7, 8, 9. So if you hear that and you on that ship that launched that missile, you feel like shit. You felt like your soul was sucked out of your body and dumped in tar, just blackened. Not that black is bad, but in this case, black soul is bad. Here we go.
They know, but they can't say that publicly. Iranian sailors and members of the Iranian Navy and IRGC that are, you know, getting bombed in the south around Syria and Kashmir.
Zuko was not evil. Zuko was never evil. Zuko was trying to prove himself to his dad. Zuko was never evil. If you go back and watch the Avatar, every time Zuko really had a chance to do some bad shit, he didn't do it. He was saving motherfuckers, turned himself into some type of ghost dude to save people. Had an alternate identity so that he'd go save people and not show that he was Zuko. What are you talking about? Zuko was always good on the inside. He was acting on the outside.
Island and all around the Strait of Hormuz, they're eating a similar diet. They get like 2 hard-boiled eggs and a piece of bread a day. Actually, some sailors put out on social media that that's their diet, but they know they're defending their country. Their morale is high because they know they're actually fighting for a cause they believe in. And so that's the subtext in the issue here is these sailors know they're fighting for absolutely nothing in a glorified mercenary army, and their needs and their psychological and basic physical needs are not being cared for. They're just cannon fodder for Israel.
Here's a producer of a documentary.
Don't make me have to smack you with some Avatar lore right now. His uncle didn't make him anything. His uncle allowed the goodness within him to come out. You can't make somebody good. You're either good or you're not. You're either evil or you're not. In essence. And then if you are evil, then it has to be something truly crazy that happens to you to make you change. It has to be something dire, agreed, like some life-changing, life-threatening, life-altering shit that make that happen to you. Zuko, he just started to realize that his dad was a piece of shit. And that his search, his mission was futile for trying to make someone who was a piece of shit love him. And that was the internal strife. Now, Azula, on the other hand, his sister, as you can see, that bitch, she was evil. That's my girl right there. Shout out to Azula. Azula is evil incarnate. She more evil than the goddamn Fire Lord, Ozai. You see the difference? Pure evil and a nigga who wasn't really evil. He was just acting like he was evil to try to please his dad. Back to the story. Made me jump off the goddamn story, jump on the Avatar. You understand how much I know about the Avatar? I've seen that 8 million times. I've seen the Avatars 8 million times. You understand that? You do not know more about the Avatar than me.
On the USS Abraham Lincoln, summarizing what he has found and what he has been told. Chris, number 8.
You guys, there's a mental health crisis happening aboard the USS Lincoln in the Middle East that no one is talking about, and mainly because the Navy's pretty much quashing it. You will read online about food shortages, supply shortages, poor morale among crew members. That's because they've been at sea continuously for 250 days. They've been deployed a total of 271 days, 250 without a port of call. That's unheard of. Normally, they would go to port every 3 to 6 weeks. They have not been to port in 38 weeks. Keep in mind, there are 52 weeks in a year. And yes, the showers are moldy. They're eating basically like a gruel kind of slop at this point. There's no deodorant. There's no toothpaste. My nephew has a friend on board there, and I was basically hearing updates last week when I was in the States in real time. They're not talking about the mental health crisis. 6 people have tried to jump off that ship. The most recent was last Monday. You know, when you have not touched land in 38 weeks, in over 200 days, things start to happen to you mentally. You know, combine that with exhaustion and deadly mistakes start to happen. So, you know, this is how the Department of War, this is how Donald Trump treats our servicemen and women whose lives are already being put in harm's way for a bullshit war of aggression that was supposed to be over in a matter of weeks. We are further putting their lives at risk out of sheer ineptitude and neglect. It defies logic, it defies reason, and it defies...
Boy, I'm about to go watch the Avatar as soon as I finish this goddamn live stream. Now you got me on one. I got to watch the Avatar all over again. I ain't seen it in a minute. So now you got me all hyped to watch the Avatar again. Thank you. Appreciate you. I love watching Avatar. Thanks for getting my juices up. No diddy. Here we go.
Basic humanity.
Seth called this fake news.
Yeah, that's all he can say. And they've been doing this for years, and it's particular to the Trump administration. The USS Theodore Roosevelt was enforced.
Did you say, do they have fishing poles? Do they got fishing poles? I don't think you understand how tall an aircraft carrier is. Do you? You don't understand. It ain't a boat. It's like a building. An aircraft carrier is a building, like a skyscraper. That shit is huge. That's like saying, dude, can you go fishing from the Empire State Building? you gotta fishing pole long enough to cast off the Empire State Building, don't you? What you mean, no? You a fisherman, ain't you? Like, no, I don't got a cast that long.
Forcing the containment of China back in March and April of 2020, when the COVID epidemic started to spread and the sailors started getting infected on that ship. There were 4,800 sailors, and you know it was running through them like wildfire. And so their captain, I think his name was Brett Crozier. He sent a letter to the San Francisco Chronicle and to the U.S. media complaining that they were not being allowed to go to port to treat sailors, and pandemonium was erupting aboard. And so, what was the Trump administration's response? The acting Secretary of the Navy fired Crozier, and that was it, and said, you're not loyal, and screamed at him. So they have this record of treating sailors and service members like absolute fodder for empire. Look at the last 4 service members who were killed at the Muwafaq Salti base in Jordan. Trump removed them from the official role of those who were killed in combat in order to save face, and claimed, they were killed during a ceasefire, even though
So they're skirting the numbers on how many people are dying by miscategorizing or recategorizing. Well, this person didn't really die over there. They didn't die in the bomb hit. They died when the ambulance tried to take them from the bomb hit, and they got stopped at this red light too long. The red light was too long. If the red light had turned green, then goddammit, they'd be alive. So technically, it wasn't the bomb that blew up the base. It was when we tried to take them to the hospital in the red light. God damn that red light. Woo! Boy, that red light, man. Wait for the red light. Red light, green light. Like, wait a minute, Trump, what? Wait, we ain't playing red light. I thought we was playing red light, green light. My bad. What was we saying? Like, nigga, you just said that these people died because they got stopped at the red light, not because Iran blew them to high hell because you start messing with them. So that's what's happening. And the people over there, they're tripping out. The soldiers are going nuts. But damn, man. I think a lot of this also is so that they can bring attention to what's going on over there. So they're, you can very likely die if you jump from the top platform of the aircraft carrier. You most likely, honestly, it's a high probability that you're going to die. However, a lot of them, there were some reports that, they were doing it to cause attention, to bring attention to their conditions over there. I mean, eating stale bread and Velveeta, that make you do some crazy shit if you've been doing that for months. So apparently that was part of it. He says the bomb. What'd you say? The bomb don't like him. It was diabetes. He says what? 2 jumped and did not. No, it report 6. First they said it was 7. Then this morning I saw it was 6 on one of the news channels. It said it was 6 of them. Then they all got in a fight too. So it's more than that hurt because they all got in a big brawl. There was like a big ass brawl on the ship. Everybody started throwing hands. Now it could be that everybody just said, "Yo, let's just go nuts and turn and cause chaos on the ship so that they have to go into port." Like this is some bullshit. If we just tear this bitch down, let's tear this motherfucker up. Then they gotta go into port. So you fake punch me, I'm gonna fake punch you back. Now, anyone ever fights knows that you don't never fake fight because fake fights always lead to real fights. Yo, everybody, appreciate you. Make sure you hit the cash apps and the super chats. We are still at got Gary Cowley. Thank you for the super chat. And for the cash app. We're at 2:30 for the day. 2:30.
May the force be with you.
At 2:30 for the day. Thank you, sir. So moving along. So Trump's press secretary. Oh, excuse me. So there was a report that came out. This was happening July when he went to I think it was the G7 meeting or whatever. And there was reports that Trump had got what is it? Assassin. I don't like to say the word, but I'm not. They won't monetize me today because of the commercial I use anyway. So there was supposed to be an assassination attempt on Trump, and he didn't tell nobody. Trump didn't tell nobody. It was supposed to be an assassination attempt. So apparently on him in the air, on Air Force One. So this is when they were overseas. So Trump crazy, yo. Trump, he let everybody get on the damn ship on board. Trump let everybody get on board. And then he said, "Salam alaikum." He jumped off. He jumped off and got on somewhere else. Check this out. Trump is hilarious.
When you get hit, you hit back 10 times.
President Trump from.
All right, let's talk a little foreign policy here.
So now, mind you, he knew the Air Force. He knew that Air Force One was a target. He got off of Air Force One, got onto another plane. They slipped him off, put him in a catering thing, left all of his staff and his cabinet on Air Force One to be blown up. This nigga is a piece of shit. And they love him. Mr. Trump and President Trump and this and President Trump didn't tell none of them that they were in danger of getting blown the fuck up. Now, it wasn't real because the tip came from bitch real. So they were just trying to scare the nigga. But they left some of the people on the plane and they didn't like that shit. Especially his press secretary, who resigned right after. She said, fuck this. Homegirl who always Mr. Trump this and Trump doesn't lie this and Trumpity Trump. She said, this nigga left me on the plane. Like, yeah, bitch, you ain't special. She said, fuck this, and she quit. But check this out.
This was kind of funny. Trump slipped off Air Force One in a catering cart after learning of missile threat from Iran. So CBS News had the first exclusive on this. So I guess their local affiliates had the story first. So let's take a look at their Philadelphia branch covering this development.
This morning about an extraordinary security move to protect President Trump from an alleged Iranian missile threat. CBS News Philadelphia's Josh Sanders at the Pulse Desk with the latest. The details here very disturbing to hear. Josh, good morning.
Janelle, good morning. Call it a presidential bait and switch. These breaking details into the Pulse Desk this morning. CBS News confirming President Trump secretly slipped off Air Force One and onto another U.S. military plane while leaving Turkey last month. Now, U.S. intelligence detecting what officials described as a credible plot from Iran and its allies to fire a missile at the president's plane. Now, take a look at this video. This is back in July during the NATO summit in Turkey. Video showing President Trump arriving on the tarmac with Secret Service, then walking up the stairs of Air Force One. But he didn't actually leave on that plane. Now, according to CBS News, a catering truck on the other side of the jet helped conceal the president as he was moved across the tarmac to another U.S. military aircraft. Trump then flew to a refueling stop in the United Kingdom, while members of the press and some of his staff flew on the same route on Air Force One, believing the president was still with them. Now, reporters were even told.
So he slid to the back, slid the curtain. Slid the curtain like I'm about to go chill or do a meeting. They took him out from under the plane, put him on the catering thing. They think all the people on the plane still think he just in a meeting in the front of the plane. This nigga's a piece of shit, man. Holy shit. And then he goes, well, they just tell me what to do. I just do whatever they tell me to do. Now, somebody said that if he left Rubio on the plane, I'm in agreement. But no, so Rubio is privy. So Hexeth got on is the only person who got off the plane with him. But Rubio was one of the ones who was asked to go with him. But then Rubio said, where did the tip come from? And then they said, Israel, bitch real. And they were like, Rubio was like, get the fuck out of here. Fuck bitch real. That's what he said privately. Like, these fuck them motherfuckers. They full of shit. And he got on the plane anyway. He got on the Air Force One anyway because he felt the tip was bullshit because it came from bitch real, which he was right. But everybody else didn't know about it. He didn't tell anybody else. And then they all found out later that Trump left them up there to die. Trump left them all on the plane to die. God damn. That's so messed up. That is so goddamn messed up. The brother like, hey, yo, salam alaikum, bitches. Trump said, salamu alaikum, bitches.
Told to keep their window shades closed. The U.S., the White House says it uses every tool at its disposal to address any threats against the president. Now, here at the Pulse, we're tracking this and so much more.
Yeah. So as you can infer here, the meme play was kind of glorious here. Greatest, most luxurious catering cart ever. Yeah. See, this is where AI proves its usefulness a little bit. You must be so proud of America. Remember, he wants to give himself a medal of honor with the AI renderings of Donald Trump. Catering cards. I have completely obliterated Iran 37 times. They are no longer a threat. And this one was particularly brutal. Ouch. Ouch. Staged death.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Trump. Fight, fight, fight. Nah, look at this nigga hiding in the hiding in the pantry. The catering car. Oh man, this is bad. This is a bad look for Trump.
Real. Ooh. That wasn't a nice one from the lovable liberal and his old English sheepdog. But here's Donald Trump explaining what happened here. And we actually have side-by-side footage of Trump talking about what happened. And then you can actually see in the left side of the frame the catering cart and the truck holding the catering cart in question. So you can kind of track where he was as this operation of sorts unfolded.
Ride on the airport catering truck in Turkey. Why did you need to do that?
Well, it's only up to the Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service.
They said, sir, you got to hide under the roast beef. We're moving you.
A different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
See? He threw the Secret Service under the bus. They just tell me so that means you can't tell everybody else. Don't take that plane. They can whisk you off on another plane. You don't have to let your whole cabinet and staff get on that plane knowing that, or assuming that there was a tip that the plane was gonna get blown out of the sky. You just let them straight. Fuck it. That's fucked up, man. This nigga is a piece of shit, bro. Oh shit, man. Damn it.
I get a lot of threats.
Why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for...
Okay, so see, she's asking this question. Obviously, this is a natural question to ask. Hey, why was it too dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but it was apparently not too dangerous for the press and most of your cabinet to fly on Air Force One because the Iranians, quote unquote, were to be under the impression that you were on board, even though you weren't.
Dangerous for you to fly on Air Force One, but not too dangerous for the press.
I think actually the plane that I flew on was at greater risk.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think that we...
Yeah, that's why you went on it in secret, because that was at greater risk. Right. Yeah, no, actually.
What a bullshit.
Yeah, so it was actually a greater risk, the one that I was on, even though the whole point of me hiding in a catering cart and being secretly transported to that second airplane was so that the Iranians wouldn't know I was on it, so they'd be less likely to hit that one and more likely to hit Air Force One, which they thought I was on, but really that was just my staff and my cabinet. And instead of Trump, they expect one of us. So, assassinate Trump in Turkey after the threat was relayed by bullshit on Israel's claims that it usually does nowadays. So now we find out CIA called bullshit on Israel's claims that Iran was trying to
see. The CIA doesn't like Mossad. They know Mossad is trying to take over. They're really scared of Mossad, but they don't like Mossad at the very least. And they're the ones. That's why the Pentagon, CIA, they put out the statement that the biggest threat to America was Israel right after the news came out that the politicians were going to merge the two militaries through the legislation. So Pentagon comes out and says, nigga, don't do that. They're our biggest threat. So there's some strife in the Pentagon with Mossad and vitriol. They don't like them. So when all of this comes out, CIA says, nigga, this is bullshit. And Trump believed Mossad anyway. Why the hell you are believing a foreign intelligence agency over your own intelligence agency? They say, nigga, this is absolute bullshit. They just trying to scare you. And he was like, nah. It's Netanyahu said. Netanyahu, bitch, he personally, while he was sucking he personally told me in private quarters. Really private quarters. He told me what was going to happen. Told me. So this is what they said.
Assassinate Trump in Turkey. After the threat was relayed by the Israeli government to the CIA, one official called the reports Israeli-derived, not U.S.-generated, and viewed as low confidence. He still ended up leaving Air Force One in a sandwich cart, though. Source, Washington Post. So yeah, the Washington Post reports as an exclusive, CIA had low confidence in Iranian threat before Trump switched planes in Turkey. U.S. intelligence officials were skeptical of an Iranian assassination threat against President Donald Trump that was relayed by Israel and prompted an extraordinary clandestine maneuver that saw him secretly fly out of Turkey in an alternate military aircraft, current and former U.S. officials familiar with the intelligence said. The assassination threat was relayed by the Israeli government to the CIA, where analysts did not view the intelligence as compelling and conveyed that skepticism to Trump administration officials, one of the officials said. Another official recalled the reports of threats against Trump's life Israeli-derived, not U.S.-generated, and viewed as low confidence. The doubts in some quarters about an imminent threat to the president add a new element to the White House's decision last month, first reported by the Washington Post, to shield Trump's whereabouts as he departed a NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, on July 8th. This was right after the MOU was signed. So this is when Israel had more incentive than they do now to egg Trump on to continue the war, i.e., telling him they're going to blow you out of the sky when there's no intelligence that would corroborate that claim. The White House on Wednesday did not directly answer questions about the intelligence the United States received or how it was perceived by U.S. officials. Quote, as the president has said, he has faced numerous threats on his life, including ones from Iran, and every measure is taken to ensure his safety, a U.S. official said in a statement. Speaking like others.
So basically, we're going to leave it right there. So basically, this is the report coming out. CIA leaked to the to the Washington. They leaked it to everybody that we told him it was bullshit, and he told us to EAD. President Trump told us to EAD that he was busy with vitriol's balls in his mouth at the time, and when he finished, he was going to let us know, and that would be a few months, maybe some years, but he would let us know as soon as he was finished ball gargling. He was going to let us know and come to us and let us know. So everybody sees that Trump now is a piece of shit. Everybody in the staff. So people started to resign. Like I said, the press secretary Carolyn, whatever her name was, right after this happened, she saw that and she said, she gave her a month's notice. She basically said, at the end of August, I'm out. So she said, all right, you got a month to find my replacement. Salam alaikum. Yeah. Now, who didn't know Trump was a piece of crap? Like, come on. You really needed him to put your life in danger of being blown up for you to know that Trump is a piece of crap? You said Trump said he left what? He left what? He left to go help. Oh, he left to go get help. My bad, I can't see right now. Trump said he left to go. Yeah, he left. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. You just hold on, guys. We're coming. Help us coming. Hold on. Where you going, Trump? I'm coming. I'll be right back. Don't worry. I'm going to get help. Like way over there. Yeah. Way over there. Away from the bomb. Yeah. So moving along. In Skittle news. Oh, no bad. Not Skittle news yet. My bad. Still have another story beyond the Skittle news. So there's evidence that Ebola, the very deadly V, Ebola, it came from the same lab that created the CV-19. What do you know? Say what? Ebola came from the same lab, apparently. God damn, man. So hold on. Oh, here it is. Check this out.
You're saying that the scientists who confirmed Fauci's lie that the COVID came from natural origins instead of a lab, that those scientists were implicated. There's evidence to implicate them in creating the Ebola virus in West Africa. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
So you were very big on trying to expose the origins of the COVID virus, which was Tony Fauci's funding the gain of function research, which he lied to Congress about twice. The NIH admitted they were funding it. We all know that he funded it through, after Obama put a moratorium on it, he funded gain of function research through Echo Health Alliance, which is a CIA cutout, and which brought us the COVID pandemic, right? And so, but you were also saying that the West Africa Ebola outbreak of 2014, which I remember clearly, did it have a lab origin, and there's a critical COVID connection. Tell us about what you say in the Substack.
Sure, but I think I was like one of the first people. I mean, I was at a CDC news conference in February of 2020, and I asked them, is it a complete coincidence that this is happening in Wuhan, the only city in China with a BSL-4 lab? And they gave me a bunch of baloney and so on. And they actually said, well, there were all of these allegations in West Africa in 2014, so we have to be careful about putting out bad information. And I had heard from Africans that there was some skepticism about that. So I dug into this. It turns out, you remember the propaganda apparatus that said that it couldn't have come from a lab regarding COVID that Fauci helped orchestrate. One of them was a Nature Medicine article. Do you remember that?
Yeah, so the scientists that were in studying where this virus came from, they all privately admitted to themselves that they thought it came from a lab, and then Fauci gave them millions and millions of dollars in funding and grants, and they completely flipped, and they published an article called The Proximal Origins, which Fauci used to show, look, even though it wasn't peer-reviewed, he used that to say, oh, look, this is where it didn't come from a lab. It came, and so that was all a lie. We all know now because of the Freedom of Information Act, we got their emails, so that's what you're talking about, that those scientists got corrupted by Fauci giving them millions of dollars to lie.
Yep.
That was part of it. Another part of it is that those two scientists, Christian Anderson of Scripps Research and Robert Gary of Tulane University, they had a lab in West Africa.
No kidding.
Wow. Which was implicated in the Ebola 2014 outbreak.
No kidding.
So they had this other, I would argue, even deeper motive to covering this stuff up, because if people understood as COVID was ravaging, was going around the planet and everything, and the focus of everybody, that it could have lab origin, the next question would be, or one of the next questions would be, what about other outbreaks? And so I dug into this. I wrote a really long paper summarized on my Substack with Jonathan Latham, a virologist.
Now, really quick, you should be going to this website. Yo, Sharice L, Reed L, thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you, girl. And Brandon Terry, appreciate you for the Cash App. And Lane Elliott, thank you guys. Also, Gary Calloway, thank you guys.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. Got us up to, let's see, 263 for the day. 263. Thank you guys at 263. So, as you can see, all of these doctors, Fauci is paying off doctors to say, no, this didn't come from here, this didn't come from there. The African doctors, they like, yo, this is some faulty, this is some, look at this is bullshit. This came from over here. Y'all niggas made this. Y'all was in the lab over here. The African doctors know what's up. So the African doctors like, that's why Ebola, and that's why also the CV19 didn't go real bad over there. And they didn't accept they didn't accept the crack scene over there. See, they knew what was up. now we understand why they didn't accept the crack scenes over there, majorly in Africa, when it happened, because they knew they were at the beginning of it when the Ebola was being created. They saw. They like, oh no, they created this in the lab. Africans knew. The Africans knew, nigga, no, don't bring that over here. Do not bring that over here. Do not bring that over here. Get up, get back, get back, get back. Like, nigga, and then, if you remember, they said that they were getting ready to get a shipment. Hold on. This is really important. They were getting a shipment. If I can stop this for a second. They were getting a shipment of colloidal silver, of nano silver. And it was stopped by, oh my God, who stopped? The WHO. Do y'all remember that? It was stopped by the WHO. Real quick. So check this out. This is where you need to be going. This right here. So if you don't know about, damn it, what happened? So check this out. There it is. All right. So go here. This website right here. So they got a big shipment of this, Africa, right when it was happening. And the WHO and not the WHO, the IMF told them that they wouldn't something on their loans, something about their loans. They wouldn't they wouldn't forgive their loans or something about the money that they owe. And they didn't allow them to accept it. So they had a bunch of this nano silver getting shipped over to Africa, and they had to send it back because the IMF told them they couldn't have it. Right there. But boom, that right there, the people who created this, who has the patent on this, it was called, he has, right now, I think it's called Silver Soul. Or maybe that's what it was when he created it. But when he made the patent, he had a bunch of tests made and submitted them to the FDA. And one of the tests was, does it attack hemorrhagic? What is, basically hemorrhagic means blood V's. Does it attack blood V's? And in their study, I gotta say allegedly, but they spent millions of dollars on these studies, on these tests, and it came out that it did attack blood V's. And Ebola is a blood V. I gotta talk this way, man. I haven't talked this way in a long time since they had the stipulations on the, that you couldn't say anything. Now apparently they've lifted them, but I'm not taking any chances because you see, they kicked me out of the monetary system the payment program, the partnership program for a long time. But this is where you should be going. So getting back. So check it out. So getting back to the Ebola easy, check it out.
And we dug in deep around the planet and everything, and the focus of everybody that it could have lab origin. The next question would be, or one of the next questions would be, what about other outbreaks? And so I dug into this. I wrote a really long paper summarized on my Substack with Jonathan Latham, a virologist, and we dug in deep, building off of reporting done by Africans, including Chernobyl and others, and the whole story just falls apart. That it had a natural origin. The team that went in there couldn't find any Ebola among in the natural wildlife, which always happens when there's an outbreak. The Ebola is not endemic to West Africa; it's endemic to the Congo, which is 1,000 miles away. The child that was supposed to be the index case, the people in the village say that he died of malaria, not Ebola. They claimed that he got Ebola by eating bats. They couldn't find any bats in the village that had Ebola. It was all, and Jonathan did a genomic analysis, which indicated that there was a massive outbreak that actually originated in Sierra Leone, where the lab was. And what they did was they pinned it on this boy in this village.
So they had an Ebola lab in Sierra Leone. It got out, and then they pinned it onto a boy who they said he had Ebola, but he had something else. And he became he was supposedly ground zero for the outbreak. If you remember, go look at the movie Outbreak. That's the first person who gets it and spreads it. They call him ground zero. So, wow.
Just over the border in Guinea. So they can say the outbreak started in Guinea to get people to lose sight of the fact that the outbreak actually started in Sierra Leone, which is where the lab is, in Kinema, Sierra Leone. So they used a whole series of mechanisms to obscure that in all likelihood it actually came from a facility there. It tied into other groups, by the way. Metabiota was part of this group in Kinema with Robert Gary and Christian Anderson, the Viral Hemorrhagic Fever Consortium. People might remember Metabiota is tied into Ukraine. And
so hemorrhagic fever means blood fever, right? So now the nano silver in their test, it says it Mike Tyson's, gotta say it in different words, different ways. It Mike Tyson's hemorrhagic V's.
And Hunter Biden and all of the labs in Ukraine as well. So I mean, part of it is a huge grift. And when people think about the labs in Ukraine, those are mostly just a grift, so that people like Hunter Biden can make some cash. But the labs in West Africa were actually doing serious work on things like Ebola and Lassa fever and other things, which are incredibly dangerous and which likely caused one of the major crises of 2014.
So you're saying that the scientists who confirmed Fauci's lie that
Correct.
the COVID came from natural origins instead of a lab, that those scientists were implicated. There's evidence to implicate them in creating the Ebola virus in West Africa. That's what you're saying.
That's correct. So they're in effect, I don't look at this as individual outbreaks. I see a system.
Look at this. They just around here just creating and dropping, trying to take people out. This is the plan. This is the 2030 agenda. Depopulation, all of this stuff we've been hearing about. If you've been in the conspiracy world, and any amount of time, you've been hearing about this for ever, decades. Now it's here.
System, all right, and the system's got to cover up for itself. So they want to continue doing this dangerous lab work and getting tons of money for it, and it's in effect biowarfare because they're creating deadly pathogens which could be used for military purposes. So they want to cover up for COVID origins so that they don't get scrutinized in their culpability for Ebola origins of 2014. Exactly.
So they're making this for military purposes, which is why they can't let it out that they created it. Because it's military. This is military purposes. They're like, oh, yeah, hey, oh, wait. We didn't do anything. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What? What Ebola? What COVID? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? So, all military purposes, meaning what they were talking about in Ukraine, that they had the bioweapons labs, allegedly. And the lady I forgot her name, who worked for the government, American government. She said we didn't have bio weapons labs. She says we have bio facilities. We have biochemical facilities, not weapons labs. But we have. Wait a minute. What does that mean? You have biochemical facilities in Ukraine, not weapons labs. Okay. You just use whatever name you want. So the same people created all the V's and released them on the world. Now, I wonder if they are the ones who created the Hunter V that just came out. Because they said even though they've dealt with it before, this is some new type of strain, allegedly, that's super strong and can jump from human to human. When Hunter is supposed to be from animal to animal. So it's more contagious from animal to animal. So this is crazy. So moving along. Let's make sure. So the last thing I got. So Supreme Court, speaking of the V's and not being able to say anything and code wars and all the rest of that, California was the worst during the pandemic lockdowns. You couldn't do nothing in California. And then they wiped out all the businesses. Half of the businesses in California got wiped out, especially half of the melanated owned businesses. 40% of melanated owned businesses in California got wiped out during the pandemic because of the shutdowns. Then schools, parents had to get their children V'd if they wanted them to go to school. Like, wait a minute, what? Even though it wasn't affecting little kids, teachers had to do it. I mean, California was forcing everybody to do it. Then they were telling the doctors that the doctors couldn't suggest alternative care other than or aside from what the government recommended. Like, whatever the government recommend, whatever the government say, you gotta do that shit. Wait a minute, nigga. I'm a doctor. I went to school for 20 years so I can do what the government say? I don't need what the fuck? You don't need me here. Go get a nigga off the street. Any nigga off the street, put him right here, and you can tell them to say what the government say. And they can do that. So they couldn't recommend alternative care, such as like things like ivermectin and stuff like that. You know, these alternative things that was coming out that they were showing evidence of combating, if not eradicating what it was, you know, the V. So now the Supreme Court, they came out, there was a ruling. Supreme Court, man, they be up and down. It's you like them, then you hate them, and you like them, then you hate them, and you like them, then you hate them. Because, and I guess that's the way it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to, one side of people are not supposed to love or hate the Supreme Court. If it's working properly, everyone's supposed to love and hate it. But so check this out. If I can. All right, here we go. Oops. So this is a huge win from the Supreme Court. Shout out to the Supreme Court, because again, sometimes they on their fuckery, like the birthright citizenship ruling. However, this was a great one for the people. Wait a minute. Oh, hold on. Can't see that? My bad. I thought I put it on. What happened? Hold on. There we go. All right.
The medical board is on notice that a federal judge thinks that going after doctors for information and recommendations about COVID violates the First Amendment. So even though technically it applies to these 3 docs, from a practical point of view, they're dead.
We have a special guest, Dr. Pierre Corey. Everybody knows Dr. Pierre Corey, pulmonary critical care medicine specialist, former associate professor in chief of critical care services, University of Wisconsin, founder of the Leading Edge Clinic, which specializes in the treatment of COVID-19, long COVID, and vaccine injury syndromes, treating me. He's also the author of The War on Ivermectin, the medicine that saved millions and could have ended the pandemic. And his writings currently appear on his Substack at PierreCoreyMedicalMusings.com. PierreCoreyMedicalMusings.com. Welcome to the show again. Good to see you, Doctor.
Oh, good to be here, Jimmy. Good to see you.
Also with him sitting, it's not only for him, but it's for everybody who ever has a meeting with a doctor. And I'm going to tell you about it. So here, let me just tell you about it, and I'll throw it to you, Doctor, to explain. A government that can tell your doctor what he's allowed to say and can tell your doctor to lie to you. Yesterday, a federal judge told California it can't do that anymore. 4 years, we sued, we won, free speech prevailed. And here's just a couple of paragraphs from your Substack. In 2022, this will get people up to speed. California passed AB 2098, a law that made it professional misconduct for a physician to give a patient COVID advice that departed from the government's position. Let me repeat that. In the supposed United States of America, which I started to call the United States of Pharma early on in COVID, American physicians in California, where Pierre was licensed at that time, would have been literally forced to spew state propaganda in our patients' ears, or we would have lost our licenses. Not for fraud, not for malpractice. No, I would have been for having a different medical opinion from that of our beloved, uncaptured, government health agencies led by St. Fauci, who in a beautiful twist of fate is in contempt of hearing today. So, the penalty would have been our licenses, which is to say our careers, our livelihoods, and our ability to care for people who came to us precisely because we would tell them the truth as we saw it. The state took the most personal conversation in medicine, the one between a doctor and a frightened patient, and tried to put its own words in our mouths with our licenses held as collateral to make sure we complied. We sued, and incredibly to me at the time, we initially lost. Well, doctor, please tell me, what's the update on this?
Well, I'll have Rick go through the machinations, but right now, this was, and Rick would probably do better, but there's they can't go forward right now. They cannot control us. They cannot dictate anything. It hasn't been totally certified yet. Rick, you can do better on this. You're the lawyer. Maybe you should take this question. But all I know is that the nonsense stops right now, and they don't issue these kind of briefs unless they know you're going to win at the federal level. So we're pretty sure that the rest is pretty much a formality. And Rick, you could probably fill in the blanks there.
Okay, so let's back up. This is actually the 3rd COVID case I filed. All right, the first case I filed was a case about COVID disinformation to the public. Dr. Doug McKenzie had a Zoom meeting with the Santa Barbara school board, and he said at the time, this is like 2022, you can't vaccinate your way out of a pandemic, and kids outside in gyms shouldn't be wearing masks. Somebody filed a complaint, and the medical board of California started investigating it. They investigated for 7 months. I got involved. I filed a lawsuit. 7 days later, the medical board terminated the investigation, and we tried to continue the case, but we didn't have a good plaintiff with an actual injury, so we didn't prevail in.
So let me sum it up real quick because he talks. He likes the sound of his own voice. So we're gonna speed it up. So basically, they sued the doctors. The court said you're wrong, and they lost. Then they appealed to the California Supreme Court, whatever, and then they said no, you're wrong. So then another case, I forgot the other circuit. They sued. I think it was like the 6th or 5th circuit. They sued. They lost. And this is for the rights for doctors to have, autonomy in in suggestions or when they, taking care of their patients. Right? Meaning, I need to be able to tell my patient what I think is best for my patient, not what the government thinks is best, because what the government thinks is best is going to be what's best for the government, not the patient. So, that circuit ruled they lost too. So 2 circuits that lost. They appealed all the way up to their Supreme Court. They lost. So then the 11th circuit, they came in and they said they did the same thing. And so the 11th circuit, they won in the 11th circuit, but the state appealed and went to the Supreme Court. And so they held out for about 10 months. And then they came back finally and they said, they looked at it. It was 8-1. I don't know why they took so long for it to be damn near unanimous. 8-1 came back and was like, you can't tell doctors what to say to their patients. That's why they go to school, to learn how to be a doctor, to learn medicine. The government is not a doctor. And just because the government has doctors doesn't mean that doctor knows every goddamn thing. It's insane for you to say a doctor cannot give their patient or tell their patient what they think is best for their health and care. It's insane. So the court ruled on that 8-1. Shout out to the Supreme Court. Guess who the goddamn one was? I give you one guess. Who was the one, everybody? Who do you think was the one super smart Supreme Court justice who said, no, doctors should not be able to tell their patients what they believe is best? That's not why they became doctors. They became doctors to be mouthpieces for the government. Somebody put it in there. The Godzilla. You got it. The Godzilla. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Yes. The dumbest goddamn judge we've ever had in America. Supreme Court justice there's ever been. No, not Thomas. 8-1. Everybody agreed that doctors should have freedom of speech so that they can give their patients the best care. How the hell you gonna heal your patient if you think that there's something they should be doing, but the government tell you that you can't do it? You can't give your doctors, their patient, the best care. Then you're breaking the Hippocratic oath that you've taken. Do no harm. All the rest of that shit. So Supreme Court ruled 8-1. So shout out to the Supreme Court and the 11th Circuit, because the 11th Circuit, whoever those courts in the 11th Circuit, shout out to them, because if it wasn't for them, there's no case to go to the Supreme Court, because they're all there. Because the Supreme Court wasn't going to really take the case. They took the 11th Circuit's case. They didn't take the California, the 9th Circuit and the other circuit, California. They didn't take those cases. They took the 11th Circuit case and ruled on that. And then that thereby applies now to the entire country. He said DEI had his best. DEI, hey, she is straight up DEI, man. She is the definition, the very goddamn definition of DEI. Holy shit, man. So moving along. Shout out again to the Supreme Court on that one, except for Ketanji Jackson Brown, Jack, whatever her name is. God damn, man. The dumbest Supreme Court justice that's ever been in America. Holy shit, bro. So moving along. Did you guys see that Trump has, excuse me, or that the ICE has a new weapon against, and they tripping out. ICE has a new weapon against the peoples. What is that new weapon, guys?
DHS plans to spend $20 million on electric shock gloves.
Well, it's another device that, to help someone be compliant with or not.
Why is it that Tom Homan, every time Tom Homan appears on the news for an interview, he looks like he just got done with like an 18-hour bender, just being hung over every time? The mush-mouthed dildo with ears who represents shoveled at all moments of his day and night. Yesterday, he appeared with Brian Kilmeade, the beady-eyed Brian Kilmeade on Fox News, to talk about these new shock gloves that they're going to be giving to ICE agents. Yet another torture.
They about to start shocking niggas with gloves. They about to give them the Michael Jackson touch. The laying on of the hands. Let me lay my hands upon thee. They're going to be shocking. Does anybody believe that they're going to be using this with any type of decorum and class and discipline? They're going to be grabbing niggas' balls. They're going to be grabbing their assholes. They're going to be grabbing niggas' necks and shocking the shit out of people's neck. You know why I know they're going to do that? Because that's what I would do. That's what I would do. You give me some electric shock gloves and you give me the license to smash and to shock the shit out of anybody I want to. I'm going to be that damn movie. Hey, remember the movie Shocker? Anybody remember that movie? You an old school head if you remember that movie. It's not that old. It came out in the 80s. It came out in the 80s. But anybody remember Shocker? That was my motherfucker. The what was he? The penitent, the convict who got electrocuted. But when they electrocuted, something happened. The shit went out, and they electrocuted the nigga too much, and he turned into pure electricity. And the nigga was, excuse me, and the nigga was able to travel through the electrical shit. That was me. That'd be me. Y'all remember that shit? They say, yeah. People like, they say, yeah, I remember that shit. Straight up. So, shocker. That would be me. This is what they're gonna be now. They're making all the ICE agents into shockers. Because that's how he would kill you. Come out the shit, shock the shit out of you.
Implement to give to the execution squad. What could go wrong? $20 million our government is wasting of our tax dollars that could be spent bolstering the effort to feed hungry kids or shore up the subsidies of the Affordable Care Act. But
no, straight up Palpatine unlimited power. Unlimited power. That's when he shocked Mace Windu. Motherfucking Mace Windu. First off, let's clear this. Mace Windu is the hardest goddamn Jedi in all of Star Wars. Let's get that straight. Mace Windu was whooping the shit out of Palpatine, beating his ass. Palpatine had just smacked up when he walked in. Mace Windu walked in with a couple of other Jedi, and Palpatine smacked the shit out of them Jedi like it wasn't nothing. Just smack them shit. Smack shit out of them, right? If they showed the face, they showed the camera. They put the camera. Excuse me, guys. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. So, so they put the camera on Mace Windu's face. If you saw Mace Windu wasn't even tripping. When Palpatine took out the first two Jedi, Mace Windu wasn't tripping at all. Then Palpatine tried to shock Mace Windu with the fucking lightning. Mace Windu pulls out the lightsaber and then flips it on Palpatine and starts turning. So that's how Palpatine got the melted face. Was the black guy, the black Jedi. Mace Windu beat that ass, right? So then he was whooping his ass, and bitch ass Anakin walked in and felt that he had to save Palpatine because Palpatine told him he had the power to bring Padme back to life if Padme died. So bitch ass Anakin cut off Mace Windu's hand, and that's when he said, "Unlimited power," and he shocked Mace Windu out of the window. Now, for the people who been watching and be keeping up with the story, there's a channel called Star Wars Theory on YouTube, and he just did something called Vader Part 2. The return of Mace Windu, goddammit. Mace Windu is back, goddammit. So do yourself a favor. If you love Star Wars, go back and watch that. But let's get back to the shot gloves. I digress. Here we go.
But no, we're giving it to unhinged, unqualified, incapable agents of ICE to do what you know they'll do with it. Watch this exchange between Brian Kilmeade and the mushmouth dildo with ears, Tom Holman.
So you have something else I'd like to bring your attention to or talk about. DHS plans to spend $20 million on electric shock gloves to aid federal agents. How would that work, and what role would they play?
Well, look, it's another device that, to help someone be compliant where they're not. You just can't go from 0 to 100, right? And first thing you go for is lethal force. So, we have OC spray. We have tasers. So the glove is, the latest thing they're looking at to help in situations. You've seen the videos in the past year and a half, the fights on the street where officers are overwhelmed. This would be a tool they can use to make someone compliant. Now, there's a lot of training involved. There's still some, background, issues that need to be dealt with. So the implementation of these gloves out in the field are going to be a while. I think they serve a better purpose in the detention facility where detainees get out of control and there's fights in the facility.
Instead of detaining them, we're going to shock the shit out of them. Literally. These niggas gonna shit on themselves right on the spot. God damn. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'd be doing some crazy shit with them gloves. I'd be shocking niggas' bowels, balls, neck, back of the neck, their head, their forehead, top of the forehead, or forehead right here, top of the head. I'd be shocking them niggas everywhere. I'm just saying, that's just me. That's just how I think. I'm crazy. So I know that these niggas are gonna be doing the same thing. I'm just saying.
So we'll see.
Tom Homan wants everything every way. He wants to say that they are law enforcement. ICE is law enforcement. You must comply with law enforcement. But also, he wants them to have these types of bizarre implements like shock gloves that no other police department has. He wants them to be standard issue, kind of regular old police doing gumshoe police work. But also, he wants them to be so special that they are outside of the bounds of the law and have weaponry, which this is. They'll call it non-lethal. But let me tell you something. If they put their hand on you and shock, you know what's going to happen. And let me give you an example of why this is a problem.
Yo, y'all got some good jokes, yo. He said Shaka Khan. Hold up, wait, where'd it go? Where'd the damn thing go? He said Shaka Khan. Yo, y'all got some good jokes. Pimp slapping people on full power. Y'all got some funny ass jokes in here, cuz. Y'all jokes is hilarious. Pimp slapping people on full power. I would definitely do that shit. Bzz. Power that shit up like a lightsaber, nigga. Nigga, you hear that, don't you? You hear that? Nigga, don't let it get to full power, nigga. Oh shit. Y'all niggas is funny. Laying the hands on thee. Let me lay my hands upon thee. Y'all niggas is funny as hell right now. Here we go.
Tom Homan just the other day when asked a question about the alleged literal psychotic individual, the man with bipolar disorder, with psychotic features, who attempted suicide on multiple attempts, who abused his multiple partners in his life, who murdered the man in Bedford, Maine. This is what Tom Homan had to say about that guy. And that guy who I just talked about, I don't remember his name, he would have been given these gloves too. That same psychotic individual who is unqualified to do the work, if indeed he is a police officer, is indeed a federal agent, is indeed law enforcement, he would have had these gloves too. This is how Tom Homan reacted about him.
On the ICE officer in Maine, is there any more clarity on how he got his job, considering the vetting concerns that his wife has raised? Are there potential changes coming to the vetting process of ICE agents?
That's a question for ICE. That's under investigation. I'm sure that part now is part of the investigation. We'll let the investigation play. I'm not going to comment on the investigation. This is ongoing.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I can't comment. It's an investigation. It's an investigation. How many times do you need to say that when one of your ICE agents acts incorrectly, inappropriately, with murderous intent as an executioner in the streets of America, Tom Homan? How many times? Apparently a lot, because he goes on the news all the time, goes on Fox News, not really the news, right? Infotainment of Fox News, and says that if you don't keep your mouth shut, there will be more bloodshed.
So, President Trump's clear this policy is not going away. But it all goes back to the Dems who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't real law enforcement agency. You and I talked about this a year and a half ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. There's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
And you know what's most interesting about?
Yo, that tell me somebody's balls about to get shocked out. Somebody about to get their balls shocked off. That's what that said to me. He said, y'all better shut the hell up. We're going to do it. Hey, Silk the Shocker. Shout out to Silk the Shocker. That's hilarious. Shout out to Cash Money. CMB. Cash Money. That is so funny. But yeah, man. So the shock gloves is coming, people. They're coming. Oh man, I just know. I'm waiting for the first story of when this nigga they shock somebody's balls. Because you know what's gonna happen. They're gonna say, stop resisting! Stop resisting! He's resisting! Now, let me tell you, in police stop law class a couple years ago, and let me tell you, for melanated people who think that we get done the worst by police, it's not even close. Not even close. If you were in the police stop law class, you would understand. The people who get done the worst by police officers are white people. For sure. I mean, I've seen over close to 5,000 police stops. 5,000. The worst ones were the ones that happened to white people because they died. Most of them died. The ones we seen about black people, I only seen maybe one that a black dude got killed. Maybe, you know, Philando Castile. If you're talking about Castile and George Floyd and all the rest of that, I'm not talking about like the famous ones, but like just on regular average, they don't kill black people. They beat the shit out of them, but they don't kill them. But white motherfuckers, they be smashing on white folks. I mean, they put this one white girl, she was picking up her kids from school, and there was a misunderstanding. So the police officer snatched her out the car and held her down on a fire ant hill. And the fire ants were just eating her ass up. And she was screaming. Ah! And the motherfucker held her face down there in the fucking fire ant. She was getting bit all in the eyeball and shit. She was getting fucked up screaming, and the cop didn't give a goddamn. That's just one. We've seen so many in police stop law class. So I'm just saying, with that, with the knowledge of that, somebody's balls is gonna get shocked off. That's what I'm saying. When they do that, stop resisting all that bullshit. They are only doing that because they're looking for a way to shock the shit out of you. But there was a dude, a white dude, he got shocked in the ass and balls 4 times. That's why I brought that story up. I almost forgot why I brought the story up about white folks. He was in the car with his kid, just chilling, waiting, didn't do nothing, just parked in a private parking lot, and the police officer saw him roll up in the private parking lot, tried to ask him what he was doing in his ID. He said, I don't got to get no ID. They commenced to beating the shit out of him. He didn't want to get out of the car. They pulled him out of the car and tased him in his ass 4 times. 4 times. I've been counting. As Dave Chappelle said, bitch, 4 times. So they get done fucked up, man. Here come the shot gloves. So nigga, if they shoot a taser in your ass 4 times, they're definitely gonna grab the balls with the shot gloves. Moving along, in the Skittle news, did y'all hear about? This is a great thing. The NBA players who have declared for the WNBA draft. This is the greatest thing I've heard all week. Greatest thing I've heard all week was these players entering the WNBA draft. Hold up, now check this out. This is awesome. So they had to have an emergency meeting because these 2 dudes, Enes Kanter, now his name is Enes. He bit World Peace's name or something like Enes Kanter Freedom. Tried to bite Meta World Peace's name. But so check this out. Let me see if I can find the first one. So this is hilarious.
Change his gender. You know what I mean?
No, my bad. Let me back it up.
Trans people. Okay. Say LeBron James changed his gender. You know what I mean? Okay. Can he stay in the NBA, or because he's a woman, does he have to go to the WNBA where he will score 840 points a game? What does it actually mean to be equal? You know what I mean?
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA.
Hold on, let me slow it down a little bit so you can hear what he's saying.
Prospect.
What does it actually mean to be equal? You know what I mean?
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA.
So you see what Enes Kanter had to say, right? You see how much of a mess this is becoming, right? And everybody want to act like, oh my goodness, we don't want to hate on trans. We don't want to hate on trans folks. That's not what that's about. Anybody who's hating on them should be ashamed of themselves. The WNBA, the NBA, and everybody else in between is absolutely right when they talk about not violating people's civil rights and liberties, not being hateful, not engaging in hate in any way, shape, form, or fashion, whether verbally, physically, or otherwise. We all know that. But what Enos Kanter is pointing to is about competition. So for somebody to transition from male to female, and for folks to act like it would be okay for them to participate in the WNBA is ridiculous. And when you have athletes from the WNBA saying that they're looking out for and speaking up on behalf of girls, because it would clearly be an unfair advantage to a trans athlete over people born female, what's the problem?
Hold on. So Jim Williams says he played for the Celtics at one point. His trash ass played for the Celtics at one point, and then he says he was hot garbage. But just like Dave Chappelle said, in the WNBA, he will average 849,000 points a game. It doesn't matter what he was in the NBA. In the WNBA, this nigga will be Mace Windu on the court. Every night, he will be Mace Windu of the WNBA. Now, you probably really don't understand what that means other than what I just said, how he took out Palpatine, which is still dope. But go watch the Vader 2 episode that Star Wars Theory just put out last week, a couple weeks ago. It's called Vader 2. Please go watch that, and then you will understand how hard Mace Windu actually is. Shout out to Star Wars Theory. That motherfucker realized the true gangster, the true G, inner G God gangster of Mace Windu, and bought it out and showed the world. So that's all I'm saying, is that Enos Kanter will be Mace Windu on the court if he let him in the WNBA.
What's the problem? We got to have common sense. And yes, Enos Kanter is going a bit too far, but he's right to do so to make a point. And Royce White, former NBA player, now conservative pundit, he's right too because he's trying to make a point. Certain things are beyond ridiculous, and you got to call it out just to send the message. Do you get it now? Are you sure you want to continue this subject? Are you sure you want to continue on this path? Sure you don't want to be political pawns? Fine. Then understand that the WNBA is for girls and people born female, and leave it at that. And stop acting like you don't know. Otherwise, there'll be a lot more Enos Kanters.
So I found it pretty hilarious that I made a video yesterday about the WNBA, and my takeaway was that be careful what
who are offering
the draft.
The entertaining thing going on in the ladies basketball league, the WNBA, where you now have two former NBA stars who are offering up to for the draft in the WNBA. Here is Enes Freedom talking about his decision because he sometimes identifies as a woman to enter the WNBA draft.
My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for.
Great minds think alike, and it's only fair that some of us get a shot to play in the Women's Association. I'm 260 pounds, 265.
Really quick, he's also running for Congress. I think maybe the Senate. So Royce White is actually pretty smart. So this is why, like, Enes Kanter is not. I mean, Enes Kanter is actually smart too. I mean, let me say that Enes Kanter is not dumb, especially when you hear him talk about LeBron. LeBron is done. Like he breaks LeBron down. He shits on LeBron so beautifully. Love it, love it. But give chef's kiss to the Enes Kanter shitting on LeBron. But Royce White is really smart. Like he really has nuance to his argument here. And he really understands how to back them into a corner. He's really good.
5 pounds, 6'8", can palm a man's basketball probably as easily as any player in history. I'm sure that the women's basketball is going to fare even easier to palm, which is a huge advantage.
Now, I find this to be hilarious, right? And the reason why I say this is not
who you are.
Right? Is the WNBA a hateful and bigoted, transphobic league? Well, we're going to find out.
Hilarious.
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA. My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone, the rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for.
So he just thought, let me
politics. Former NBA player Royce White. I'm pretty sure you guys are all familiar with him. He is now basically in politics, and this is him announcing his eligibility as well too.
Oh, earlier this week I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes.
I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman. He said, I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman. Tell you, Royce White is really smart, man. Like Royce White, I don't remember him as a basketball player at all, which means he was shit. But if you're in the NBA, that means you are better than 99% of the basketball players in the world. So that means if he goes to the WNBA, he will average 849,000 points a game. But he's really smart, though. I like the way he breaks his arguments down.
Is of basketball, professional basketball. So
I identify as sometimes identify as a woman. Hilarious way to phrase that.
Declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. Well, I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do.
Mm-hmm. All kidding aside, what is the reason for your decision to declare for the WNBA draft?
No, I think it's only fair. I see other great minds, other great athlete, political minds like Enes Kanter. Great minds think alike, and it's only fair that some of us get a shot to play in the Women's Association. I think I'd be a great fit. I still have low mileage as a player, and I got the natural fair skin and the nice thick eyelashes and whatnot. I haven't broken out my wigs yet, but I'm looking into some good ones. I don't know much about the wigs, but I'm looking into some, and I just hope that the bangs on the wig don't get into my eyesight, so I can play like I need to play.
What would stop you from declaring for the WNBA draft?
I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the Women's Association. But
the question was, what would stop you from playing in the WNBA? He said they could come out and make a definite statement about balls being in the WNBA. He said they come out and make a definite statement about balls being on the court. Nigga, then hey, you might got me. You might get me if you mention no balls on the court. I mean, test the balls. Testy balls.
That'd be probably too much like right. So
yeah, I don't know. Right. Again, the WNBA is stuck between a rock and a hard place. They should actually.
So they started. So this is not the end of the story. So after this came out, they didn't know how to handle it. So they had an emergency meeting. They had an emergency meeting this week to discuss what do we do? Like, because they can't alienate the Decepticons by saying real women are only women with vaginas and breasts and produce natural estrogen in massive amounts and so on and so forth. All the other things that identify women that we've been identifying women with for the last beginning of time. So this is hilarious. They're like, holy shit, if we can't distinguish in between that because we don't want to hurt the Decepticons, what do we do? This is going to be major backlash. So they had a goddamn meeting. Check this out this week.
These former NBA players say they're going to join the Women's League. But why and how? Well, they're actually doing it in protest of the WNBA's rules, which say that all players must be women without defining women.
I'm transgender. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well.
Based on the current guidelines, I can and I am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027.
To be clear, they aren't being serious. They're mocking the WNBA's rules, and they're against transgender people playing in the league. It's because the new WNBA collective bargaining agreement signed early this year says only players who are women are eligible to play in the WNBA. But it doesn't define women or spell out how eligibility for transgender players is determined.
These players are stepping up to make a political statement. Unfortunately, frankly, unsurprising that some cis men want to insert themselves in a way that's inappropriate into women's sports. And I think it's just another way that women's sports gets attacked when it's been thriving and doing so well, especially the WNBA.
Really quick, everybody, make sure you hit the donation button, the Cash App or the Super Chat, and help me get to the goal today. When we're at 262 for today on our goal. You know, got to do our goal every week, or you guys will be seeing. I just got hit by Red Bull this morning. That's no joke. Get hit by Red Bull this morning and Duolingo 2 days ago. Y'all want me to be promoting Spanish? The Spanish speaking. What is the software that teaches you how to speak different languages? Y'all want me to be promoting that? Duolingo. Y'all want me to the Duolingo. Duolingo. You want me to do that? Huh? You want me to call a Red Bull in this bitch? And y'all gotta help with the donations. Or I will stop this damn thing and put 50,000 commercials. I get hit up all the time, every week. I don't say nothing. Instagram 360 cam. I just got hit up by them. They don't give me a free camera too. I'm turning down a free camera for you bitches. Y'all better start putting. Y'all better start fucking donating. So appreciate you. Help me get to the goal. There we go.
For context, there aren't any transgender women playing in the WNBA now. The two declarations came after WNBA player Sophie Cunningham spoke out against transgender participation in women's sports. She said girls in sports shouldn't have to compete against what she called biological men in a recent interview with ESPN.
If anybody is taking these talking points as legit or believing they're protecting young girls in sports, I just have to ask, are you serious?
Why she decided to make this an issue and start to attack trans individuals is a very curious thing. All of us who are fans out there of the WNBA, the NBA, of any sports that are out there are seeing through what this is, which is it's just another distraction.
The WNBA Players Association released a statement on Friday in response to all of this, saying, "We embrace justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and that hate, abuse, and demonization of any person or group of people, including transgender people, only fuel fear, division, and harm."
It's not something that we should give any more moment to. What I would rather focus on is let's list out the things that we all can do to support women in sports and to make women's sports better. And none of them are to then ban trans women in that sport.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we got to talk about the WNBA once again. In general, right? Who said, hey, you know what? It caused a full-blown panic among unsurprising.
Scheduled meeting, but they transgender athletes to play. League of WNBA of punting on whether it would hypothetically allow transgender athletes to play. League officials talked about this yesterday at this previously scheduled meeting, but
so they punted. They didn't come up with a decision because they don't want to piss anyone off. They don't want to piss anyone off, so they didn't come up with a decision. We're gonna hold off, guys. We're gonna hold on. So as long as they hold, they don't piss either side off. But pissing both sides off at the same time.
they did not come out with any new rules.
So now the league's collective bargaining agreement says that only women are eligible, but it gives no definition of a woman. The debate gained traction after the Indiana Fever guard, Sophie Cunningham, said she did not support trans athletes in women's sports. Now, the WNBA says it's not an issue currently impacting the league. It also denounced so-called bad faith efforts to try and make it one. Madeline Rivera picks up the story from there, live in Washington. She's on it today. Maddie, good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Shannon. That's right. If you wanted clarity, you didn't get it. The decision that the WNBA Anti-Hate Task Force reached at their meeting yesterday was to essentially have more meetings. Their statement to ESPN says today's meeting covered a wide range of topics, including ongoing discussions on transgender athletes and the continued hate and vitriol directed at players online. There are no immediate eligibility matters affecting the WNBA, and we strongly denounce the bad faith efforts to use these topics to demean or marginalize others. So, like you guys said, there are currently these questions regarding who's eligible to play. Former NBA players Enes Kanter Freedom and Royce White rights say under those vague stipulations, they should be able to compete. There are a lot of reactions online slamming the league's move to essentially delay a decision. Freedom is doubling down with a new post on X saying, the WNBA says a woman is anyone who claims to be one. So if I say I'm a woman, you have to accept it. Those are the rules the WNBA created. Why does anyone get to decide whose journey is real?
Yeah, so you say that you heard it.
If I'm a woman, if I say I'm a woman, you have to accept it. That's the rules, right? See, it was only a matter of time before big ass 7 foot, 8 foot niggas start rolling up here calling themselves women, and then they was gonna have to deal with that. Did you really think you was gonna hold that off forever? Big ass real dudes like, all right, you know what? I'm about to flip this shit on his head. Now what? Now what? Whatever their decision comes out, this is gonna be hilarious. Now you're gonna, because they can't allow these two big dudes to play in the NBA. Because if they do, then ex-NBA players will start declaring for the WNBA immediately. And that will destroy the whole league if they let these two niggas play. But if they don't let them play, then they have to say, oh, then you identifying as a woman is not enough for you to be a woman. You're not a real woman if you just identify as a woman. So hold on. Oh, they in a pickle right now, boy. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's beautiful shit. It's beautiful shit.
Okay, that's a good question. Right? In the
fucking NBA players really means to be motherfucking
trans woman. Take a look.
This is
I think people forgot what the fuck it really means to be motherfucking trans, especially since y'all got motherfucking ex-NBA players, keywords, ex-motherfucking NBA players, posting AI pictures of themselves with fucking chicken go wigs on with a beard on their face and watching, oh, I'm trans now, so put me in the WNBA. Like, it don't make no fucking sense. Y'all think it's
this motherfucker sound like a goddamn 45-year-old gangster. What the fuck? Look at this nigga. Put this nigga on the phone. You would think you talking to fucking Huey P. Newton or somebody. Sound like a 45-year-old gangster. Motherfuckers don't really know what trans mean. Motherfucker trans mean. Motherfucker. Hey, look at me. Hey, Nick, get my cigarette. Where my blunt at? Hey, look. Hey guys, you don't really know what it means to be a woman. You don't know. Listen to my voice. Like, I see you. You're doing better there. It's getting very feminine. See, I've been working on it. I'm working on it really hard. How's it sound, guys? Am I doing better? You're doing great. Great. Awesome. Keep it up. Like, just keep it up.
funny and it's not. Like, first of all, bitch, that's not how that works. If you really trans, shave that fucking beard off and then get on some hormones. I bet you see how quick the fuck they soon start to switch up. And it just goes to show how people really view trans people. Like, we take hormones, bitch, we go through all these hoops and hurdles and obstacles and shit to live as the gender that we choose to live as, and this is what the fuck y'all do.
This is crazy. Look at this motherfucker sound like a goddamn... he sound like a fucking OG Crip blood gangster. This is disgusting, man. Oh, real quick. Yo, Quintus Rice. Thank you, man. Thank you for the CashApp. Appreciate you. Quentin Rice. Appreciate you, Quentin. Let me give you
May the force
Yodas.
be with you.
Couple of Yodas.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. $100 donation. Thank you, sir. Very generous. I appreciate you, man. Absolutely. Thank you. Now this is crazy. I can't. The cognitive dissonance. This is disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Like, we don't just throw a fucking wig on and call ourselves women. Like, what the fuck is ex-NBA player trying to do?
Ew.
Like, if you really want people to believe that you fucking trans, why you ain't tell AI to remove that beard off your face? And y'all be sitting here trying to be funny, but the whole time y'all don't even realize y'all ain't doing nothing but making an embarrassment out of yourselves. Like, you sitting here with a wig on and with a beard just for people to try to make a point that's not even a fucking point for real. Like, even Lily Tino shaved her beard the fuck off. Like, I don't understand why trans people always got to get a topic of discussion. Like, bitch, we the ones who really getting y'all clicks for real. Like, bitch, you mad that the NBA won't draft you the fuck again, so now you want to play for the WNBA trying to make a fucking...
NBA star declares for the WNBA draft. NBA star. Royce White was not an NBA star. Royce White was an NBA footnote. He was an NBA, oh yeah, he was there also. Royce White matters to the NBA as much as a grain of sand matters to the beach. NBA star. Royce White played in 3 NBA games. His total cumulative stats were 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, and 2 fouls. That was his NBA career. Royce White's foul to point ratio is not definable by our society's understanding of math. NBA star. Royce White is a loser. I mean that literally. Royce White lost his only NBA game he ever played more than 1 minute. He wrote a book about how he was leaving basketball to start an MMA career. Got in one MMA fight and lost it. Ran for office.
So you're telling me that former NBA player.
You gonna sit up here and call somebody who made it to the NBA a loser while you sitting up here with motherfucking fingernails, with fucking blue fingernails, looking like a bitch. calling somebody who's super intelligent. Usually, let me just say, this is how it usually goes. If you're an athlete and you don't make it in sports and mainstream sports, usually it's because you're super intelligent and you don't sync with the establishment, the way the establishment rules. It's really hard. Now, there's very few, there's some people who came through that, who were smart, but Kobe was smart, but not conscious. Let me say that. So usually, like, if you're conscious, then you won't make it really far in the NBA or any type of mainstream thing where they try to control you. So Royce White seems like he's smart and conscious, which is why he wouldn't make it. Like, when you get up to that level, people telling you what to do and bossing you around and treating you like a slave and a piece of property and all that don't vibe with you. Especially if you're a free-minded person. You have a sovereign soul. So that's usually why people like that don't make it and succeed in that environment.
Royce White is going on day 3 of continuing his mission to get into the WNBA. Do I have that right? Which then led to other females calling him out, saying, do it, commit to the bit, take hormones, get facial surge.
Just real quick, as an example, the homie Zoe, shout out Zoe. I left his Cash App stuff in the link if y'all want to hit Zoe up with some Cash Apps to help him with the cremation of his brother. But Zoe's son, Nuriel, his name is New Williams. Go look up New Williams. New Williams is killing people, but he's overseas in basketball. He's like the #1 top overseas basketball player in like Europe and all the rest of those countries. Killing people, destroying people. I mean, 35 points a game, 10 assists, just killing them. New Williams is insane. He's actually in the Dunk Man, Shaq's Dunk Man series. He's in Group C this year. If you want to watch Nuriel, he's in Group C. Now, Nuriel is a superb player, super athlete, like generational athlete, like Russell Westbrook, Derrick Rose type of athlete. He's crazy at like fucking 50-inch vertical. So, but he doesn't vibe really well with the NBA. He's had tryouts with the NBAs and played on some D-League teams and stuff like that, but he's super conscious because his dad, Zoe, is super conscious and has been teaching him his whole life. So it's hard for him to sink and get into I'm going to run you and teach you like a slave, treat you like a slave, and I'm your master and I'm your owner. He don't get with that. So it's hard. He can't really vibe with that environment. But where he's his own man across and overseas, he's killing it. Shout out. He just got put on the Greek team. He's on Team Greece this season. So shout out to Zoe's son Nuriel. But here we go.
Breast and SRS with the money you got from being a Hall of Fame household name. Change your name and live as a woman in society. Anything less is cis male cowardice. In which she replied, don't tell me how to be a black woman. Taking hormones are optional. The idea that a trans woman has to subject herself to big pharma is just another way for cis normative people to turn us into a commodity. I'm all natural, black, trans, lesbian with a penile aesthetic.
What?
Which then Ed Krasenstein, the liberal influence.
What a penile aesthetic? What? With a penile aesthetic? Oh boy, if you don't get the fuck out of here. Hold up.
Cis male cowardice. Change your name and live as a woman in society. Anything less is cis male cowardice. In which she replied, don't tell me how to be a black woman. Taking hormones are optional. The idea that a trans woman has to subject herself to big pharma is just another way for cis normative people to turn us into a commodity.
So I think this is Royce White reacting to talking back to that person who said you need to take hormones and all this and that. And then Royce White said, "Don't tell me how to be a black woman." He said, "Don't tell me how to be a black woman." Oh, this is comedy, yo. They don't know what to do right now. This is insane. This is so fucking funny.
I'm all natural black trans lesbian with a penile aesthetic.
I'm an all natural black trans lesbian with a penile aesthetic. Yo, Royce White is killing it right now, man.
Which then Ed Krasenstein, the liberal influencer, real men don't play women's sports, in which Royce White clapped back, "You misgendered me again." That's toxic, heteronormative bigotry. These words, guys. We've moved on from that way of thinking about womanhood. Why are you so pressed? We only make a tiny percentage of the population. You're obsessed. You must be jealous of strong, beautiful black queens.
You must be scared of strong, beautiful black queens. Yo, this nigga Royce White is hilarious, bruh. He killing it.
Go, girl. I'm all for this Royce White drama. For your mama.
Yeah. So I just find all of this to be so hilarious, right? Because
yo, Royce White is killing it right now, y'all. Just so we're clear, Royce White, you are in your bag. You missed your call in this basketball. You are this nigga right here, political dude. That's your calling, bro. God damn, that nigga funny. He said they strong. They scared of a strong, beautiful black queen. They scared of a strong, beautiful black queen. Oh, this nigga's funny, man. Wow, that was hilarious. Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right. Let's drink a little water. All right, moving along. Man, that's hilarious. In the science and the weird. Shout out to Royce White once again. Yo, he is off the chain. That nigga is funny, bro. He said, with a penile aesthetic. Yo, Vito Palmore. Or Palmore. Appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. So moving along, in the science and the weird. So they said there was a mysterious jellyfish spotted on Mars. Now, there's not supposed to be anything on Mars, right? As far as we know, they tell us there's nothing on Mars. It's too cold, uninhabitable. Everything would die in the atmosphere. You seen the movie? What was the movie? The Martian. First, one of my favorite movies with Matt Damon. So, I can't tell you. I was gonna tell you a part, but I can't tell you. That would ruin the movie. Goddamn, that's one of my favorite movies. But The Martian is crazy. But nobody was supposed to be on the on Mars surface. But apparently, let me move this where I can actually see it. So apparently there is a mysterious jellyfish spotted in NASA Mars photo. Sparks theories of life on the red planet. So check this out. Let me see if I can get it a little bigger. Can y'all see that? Look at that. What is that? Can somebody tell me what the hell that is? If you remember War of the Worlds? That thing walking around on War of the Worlds with the long legs and shit, shooting the beam at the people, or that looked like a Imperial Walker. We sitting up here talking about stuff. Hey, tell me that don't look like a goddamn Imperial Walker from far away. Y'all. You ain't That's a goddamn Imperial Walker, y'all. Holy shit. I just thought about that. Like, goddamn. Y'all probably don't even know what the hell that is, do you? Y'all don't know what that is. I'm saying stuff. Y'all don't know what the hell that is. You know what it is? Landosis. You know what an Imperial Walker is? Landosis says, yep. All right, Landosis, you know what Imperial Walker is. So this is the Empire in Star Wars. They walk around on these big tall ass things with these legs and kill people. Go watch Empire Strikes Back. So check it out. Oh, let me put this back down. Oh, man. Okay. That's all right. It says there were no. Hold on. Put this back up. So check this out. This is a close up. Look at it. That's an Imperial Walker, y'all. Goddamn. So let's look. Here's the story. It says, oops. An unearthed NASA image on Mars has captured a strange object in the distance, which some people or some have. I mean, the word "people" not even in there. What the hell are you thinking about? I'm thinking about something else, and literally said the word "people" is not even there. Let me go back. An unearthed NASA image of Mars has captured a strange object in the distance, which some have suggested was a jellyfish-like or mechanical device. NASA's Curiosity rover, which has been investigating whether Mars could have supported microbial life for the past 14 years, snapped the image on August 20th, 2023 at around 6:27 p.m. Eastern. It shows the dusty Martian landscape with rocky hills and large mountains. However, the panorama also reveals a small figure in the left corner that appeared to have a large black body which perched atop two springy legs, fueling speculation that NASA's rover has captured something moving across Mars. Images taken of the same area less than a minute earlier showed no sign of the mysterious figure. Moreover, the photo with the object was the last image posted on NASA's website for that day. They said, fuck this. They were just probably posting photos, not looking at them, because they just like, oh, nothing's going to be on these photos. And then that shit got out. They were like, holy shit, pull that down. Stop. No more. They stopped the goddamn photos. Holy shit. It says, the next picture from Curiosity was taken nearly 2 hours later with the camera pointed in a different direction. We're not even pointing the camera in that direction. 2 hours later, making sure whatever was there get enough time to get the hell away. Whatever was there, hurry your ass up and get the fuck out of there. So then we can point the camera not back at that direction, at the opposite direction of where you were. In September 2025, NASA declared it had found the the clearest signs of ancient microbial life on Mars in a sample collected by the Perseverance rover. However, the space agency and White House have maintained that no signs of intelligent life have ever been found. Other than that, that's not a tree. We know there are no trees on Mars. So what the hell is that? And it wasn't there when you pointed the camera there a few minutes before. And then you take the camera off. 2 hours later, you come back and it's gone and you point it in a different direction. Okay. There were no other photos from August 20th, 2023 posted by NASA that revealed if the object kept moving, approached the rover, or if it was simply a glitch of the camera. A glitch of the camera? Come on, man. A glitch of the camera? Come on, man. They just say anything and hope that you just gonna believe whatever. They just really believe that you're gonna believe whatever. A glitch of the camera? Somebody need their ass slapped. Stop playing. Glitch of the camera. Glitch of the camera, guys. That's what it was. I promise. In 2023, the 2023 image was reposted on Wednesday by social media user Carl Severtson, a space enthusiast who regularly shares public NASA images that contain strange anomalies that cannot be easily explained. Severson said on X, sometimes I spot things that catch my eye and I share them here. I believe there is life on other planets, and since NASA has found potential traces of life on Mars, it's the perfect place to look. One of the best Mars UFO photographs I've seen, one person replied. Independent Mars researcher Gene Ward said on X, jellyfish-shaped UFO. It don't look like no damn jellyfish. I mean, I guess a little. Jellyfish-shaped UFO UAP spotted on Mars. This one seems to be interacting with the surface. So, bam. Now, has anybody seen that presentation that Billy Carson did on Gaia, where he was showing a bunch of photos that he got from Mars, because he has a telescope of his own, a high-powered telescope, and he talked about pointing it at Mars and all the stuff that he got back. Did you see those videos? If you haven't seen that Billy Carson presentation, that's crazy. That's one. I don't really watch Billy Carson stuff too much, but I saw that one, and goddamn, that shit was crazy. The planet of Mars it was in color. How they always show us this dead-looking red planet? No, when he showed the planet, it was in full-fledged color, Technicolor. I was like, holy shit, Mars is in color. Then he started showing images from the surface. He showed some shit that looked like a tank. He showed statues that looked like Kemetan statues up there. He showed rovers. He showed some shit that looked like a helicopter. I'm like, what the fuck? A helicopter? What the hell is a goddamn tank? The thing that he showed that looked like a tank was undeniable a tank. It was a goddamn tank, like American tank. Like, nigga, undeniable. I wish, man, if somebody can find that, put that link in the chat. The Billy Carson. He said Billy sucks now, fake ass. He said Billy sucks now, fake ass. I don't know nothing. Again, I don't watch Billy too much. You know what I'm saying? I don't watch too much of the conscious community. I don't watch them. I don't watch that at all. I get my own information from the universe. So, but I was scrolling, I was seeing that, and YouTube had suggested that one day, because I think when I saw it, I think Billy Carson was playing it on his live. He was playing it live or something, like he was live streaming it, and I swooped in there. I was like, God damn, you got all of those pictures from Mars? Now, no wonder why they don't want to show you anything from Mars. So, is colonizer colonizing? Yes, they're all up there. They chilling. They got bases and all kind of shit up there. And then they got a goddamn Imperial Walker. You can't tell me. I know what that is. I seen Star Wars, bitch. That's a goddamn Imperial Walker, bitch. Luke Skywalker took it out in Empire Strikes Back. So moving along. Still in the science and the weird. Extinct human remains were found on the sea floor, fuel claims of a real-life biblical giants. So they found some bones on the floor, on the sea floor. And they said, oh shit, these are giant bones. The bones of giants. Hold on. Here we go. So check this out. Extinct human remains found on seafloor fuel claims of real-life biblical giants. The remains of an extinct human discovered on the seafloor of Taiwan have reignited theories about the giants described in the Bible. Researchers identified the mysterious leg bones as belonging to, what is that? Denisovans, an ancient human group that split from the Neanderthal lineage about 550,000 years ago. The fossils, which include part of a high bone and shin bone, were recovered from the Penghu Channel between Taiwan and mainland China. An analysis of proteins preserved inside the bones linked both specimens to the Denisovans lineage, which once inhabited vast areas of Eastern Asia. Scientists estimated that the individual representation by the high bone stood around 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 183 pounds. The individual represented by the thigh bone stood around 5 feet 11. That's not a giant. 5 foot 11. What? That's Spud Webb. Nigga, that's barely taller than Spud Webb. What the hell are they talking about? Giants and biblical giants. The hell? 5 foot 11 and weighed 183 pounds. The individual represented by the shin bone may have reached approximately 6 feet 3 inches and weighed 201 pounds, making him substantially taller than the average man today. What? 6 feet 3? That's not a damn giant. I know, yeah, they tripping. Average man today, which is 5 feet 9 inches. So so it's really quick. So most people, it's really crazy. Most men are, the average height of a man is 5'10". Most men in the world are 5'10". Like 80, 90 something percent of the men in the world are under 6 feet tall. That's crazy, right? I'm 6'2". Got my shit. Got my shit. But most people, 90% of the people in the world, men in the world, are under 6 feet tall. Now, this is crazy. Over 50% of the millionaires and billionaires, though, are 6 feet tall or over. Now, is that a coincidence? 90-something% of the people in the world are under 6 feet tall. The average height of a man is 5'9", I think. Actually, 5'8". What he just said, 5'9" or something. 5 feet 9. That's the average height of a man. So, but 50, close to 60% of millionaires and billionaires are 6 feet tall or taller. Somebody need to tell me what the hell's going on with that one. But let's see where the damn giant thing came from. They said sparked giants in the Bible. Their extraordinary dimensions led independent researcher Jimmy Corsetti to suggest that Denisovans or Denisovans may have inspired stories about the Nephilim, mysterious beings mentioned in the Bible and often interpreted as giants. What? Are they kidding me right now? Are you insane? The people back in the day interpreted somebody as 6'3" as a giant. Now, and put them in the Bible as the giants. That's where the giant Bibles came from. I mean, or the Bible giants came from. What? 6'3" people. That is the dumbest shit I ever heard. You got Watusis over in Africa that are like 7 feet. 8 feet, get in around 7 feet, 7.5 feet. That's the Watusi. So what are you talking about? 6'3" was considered a giant. Man, if y'all don't get the fuck out of here. This is some dumbass shit, man. The fact that the fossils were retrieved from the seabed has also fueled his speculation, connecting them to the biblical account of the Great Flood. Man, this is the dumbest shit. This story lured me in with the big ass bones talking about giants. God damn it, this is some bullshit, y'all. A nigga 6'3" is not a giant. That is insane. Now I can see what they say today. 5'9". Man, a 6'3" and a 5'9", that's significant height, but it's nowhere near. A 5'9" dude does not look at a 6'3" dude and think, oh, you are a giant. There are a lot of 5'9" dudes who will knock the shit out of a 6'3" dude. Will beat the living shit out of a dude who's 6'3". So it was tripping. God damn, man. 6'3". That is insane. Says Richard Hoagland says there is a Sphinx on Mars. Yeah, I saw the video of Richard Hoagland. Saw the video of Richard Hoagland about 25 years ago. When he broke pyramids, crystal structures. Now he said that about also the moon. So the video he broke down, it was on the moon, but he was also talking. He said that there were similar structures on Mars, and that they were using both Mars and the moon as bases. So Richard Hoagland. Does anybody know what Richard Hoagland is? I haven't been able to find anything on Richard Hoagland lately. But that was some, man, they lured us into that bullshit ass story about some giants. Nigga, 6'3". I'll slap the shit out of you, nigga. I'm 6'3". So moving along. God damn. A warning over an incurable mad cow disease infecting humans as a new threat closes in the U.S. So they're saying there's a new type of mad cow that's infecting humans. Hold up. Now, this is crazy. I saw this story. Now, I don't eat beef, so this is not going to affect me that much. But if you eat beef, where's the beef? Remember that shit? That little old lady and shit? Where's the beef? Where's the beef? So, no diddy. So, check this out. It says a warning over an incurable mad cow disease infecting humans as new threat closes in on the U.S. Biologists are sounding the alarm over two growing threats on a potentially dangerous collision course with the U.S. Researchers warn that vampire bats moving north could combine with chronic wasting disease. And this is the story. That's the disease I did the story on a few months ago that the deer were getting and turning them into zombie deer. So now it says the bats could be getting the zombie disease from when they go suck on the deer. Now we got vampire zombie bats. What? We got vampire zombie bats. God damn, we got zombies. We got some zombies out here. So it says the researchers warned that vampire bats moving north combined with the chronic wasting disease, a fatal contagious neurological illness spreading south through deer populations, potentially creating a pathway for a mad cow-like disease to reach humans. venison eating ass niggas. That's what you get for eating Bambi. All you venison eating, Bambi eating bitches. That's what you get for eating Bambi. Like mad cow disease, the incurable condition would be caused by abnormal proteins that destroy the brain, triggering behavioral changes, loss of coordination, and eventually death. The feared chain of transmission would begin when a vampire bat feeds on a deer infected with the CWD, the cow, whatever, the wasting disease, and ingest the malformed proteins known as prions in its blood. The bat could then expose cattle to those prions when it feeds again. Researchers fear repeated exposure could eventually allow a strain of the disease to breach the species barrier, and cause a fatal illness in cattle resembling mad cow disease. Humans could then potentially become infected by eating contaminated beef, developing a deadly neurological condition. This is some crazy shit. This is some sci-fi X-File shit. Peter Larson, an associate professor at the University of Minnesota, said, "I don't know why more people aren't paying attention to this, because it's getting scary really fast." So vampire zombie bats out here in this bitch. What? So we got vampires and we got zombies. And these niggas have put them together. I want my vampires and my bats, my zombies separate. Segregation. I'm for segregation. Jim Crow. I want Jim Crow on my bats and my zombies. Everybody, Jim Crow, the bats and the zombies, please. Yo, Mavis Adil, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. Can somebody Jim Crow my zombies and bats, please? I just want to know. Can you Jim Crow my zombies and bats? Thank you. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Am I missing? Let me see if I missed anybody. I got your veto. And that was the last one. So appreciate you guys. So holy shit, y'all. That's a holy shit. That's a holy shit right there. That is a holy crapola right there. God damn. Vampire zombies. Watch out for the zombies, everybody. No zombies around here. Says truckers be beefing. The Bambi family. Wait, truckers be effing the Bambi family up in these mean streets. Oh, hell yeah. You know what was crazy? In China, they have man, the technology over in China is crazy, man. They really care about the people, the living standards of the people. So people were running into deer. So they created over their busy super main street, they created like this overpass, this nature overpass. It's a bridge that looks like an arc. It's an arc. But it has grass and trees and everything to feed. So it looks like a hill. But it's man-made. And so the deer, instead of now crossing the street, they go over the hill because there's vegetation on it and shit. And they said it reduced 85 to 90% of the deer killings, crossings. Now China be off the chain. Why don't we do some shit like that over here in America? Create a goddamn over an arc crossing over the street, and deers can just walk over that shit instead of jumping out in the middle of the goddamn street in the middle at night. God damn. Bombies, bat zombies, bombies. God damn it. This is disgusting. It says, but Kev, we do that here too. Houston Texas Memorial Park. Oh, you got an overhang in Memorial. Okay, that's what's up. Glad we finally doing something over here. There's white people running the world. You said white people running the world now. Yeah, that's the problem. They think about themselves and not the people they're supposed to be taking care of, the people who are paying them to take care of them. Whereas China, they really care about their living standards of the people. That's at top of mind. How easy and how well can we make life for our people over here? And they know that because they're oppressing them in so many other ways. So they gotta balance that shit out. So moving along. Last couple things. If you work out with your girl, you're probably gonna stay with her, everybody. There's a story that said working out with your girl or your man, it helps with your relationships. Everybody. That toxic, deadly word that a lot of guys don't like to say. Relationships. But apparently if you work out with your girl, and I know for me, and anybody that get with me, I'm single now, but anybody who get with me, you got to work out. I was fat before. I was fat a couple of times, but 300 pounds in my life, I will not be fat again. I don't want it in my life. I don't want to see it. Don't bring your bad fat habits in my life. Keep that shit out of here. You got to love to be healthy. You got to at least pay attention to it. You got to make it a part of your life. Even if you don't love it, you do it because you want to be healthy. But, that's got to be a major part. And that's what's not a major part of most melanated people in our communities is health. It's becoming a big part now, especially like in Atlanta. There's a big workout culture in Atlanta, especially with the black women, melanated sisters out there. Shout out to the sisters in Atlanta. Fine ass. Oh, you fine motherfucker. But for the most part, though, it's not really big in our culture. You see we have a whole lot of large and in charge people, a lot of calorie infested people walking around in our community, and they need to start working out. My mom and my step-pop, they started working out, and they moved to Houston recently about a year ago, and their relationship is going great. Since they moved to Houston, they start working out together all the time. They loving it. So there's couples who exercise together stay together. Study claims working out with your partner can strengthen your marriage. Forget couples therapy or grand romantic gestures. Scientists say the secret to a successful marriage could be the exercising together. Researchers have discovered that working out with your spouse is linked to better communication, stronger conflict resolution, and lower levels of marital stress. For their study, scientists analyzed. That is what that says. I thought I had some dirt on my shit. For their study, scientists analyzed survey data from nearly 1,700 young married couples. The team compared the effects of individual workouts and physical activity performed together on their relationships. Analysis revealed that while both forms of exercise were linked to healthier marriages, couples who worked out together had more positive partnerships. Hiking had the most positive effect on relationships of any activity, with researchers saying that it creates the most opportunities for conversation. Professor James blah 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 from Brigham Young University said, our findings suggest that co-joint exercise facilities in a small but significant way, facilitates in a small but significant way the ability to resolve conflict peacefully, getting all that energy out. Exercise is real. When you're doing that, you increase your endorphins in the body, the feel good hormones and shit like that. So working out just on GP, you should work out just to get the bad out, just to get the bad feeling out. If you feel bad, go have a workout. I promise you will feel better right after that workout. Your endorphins are going to be going crazy in your body. And that's the feel good thing in the body, right? Also serotonin and all the rest of that, you start producing that. especially when you start to like working out, then your body starts to learn to produce serotonin when you work out. It's a really good thing. So people reported the more positive outcomes in communication and conflict resolution when they exercise together. I'm telling you, exercise is a great thing. We were meant to move our bodies. I'm so damn sad since I've been doing this live stream and shit. I don't move around as much as I used to when I was training every goddamn day. Y'all better getting me all locked up over here, sitting around doing all this shit for y'all. God damn it! But no, but actually, you absolutely have to get up and move your body around. Your body's like a car. You don't drive the car breaks down. Don't move your body, the body breaks down. Also, stretching. Stretching is the main thing. But this doing them together, everybody. This is the main point of this. Do it with your girl. Do it with your man. It's like let's go do something. And the only problem with that usually is that the man is usually more in shape than the woman, and they work out harder, and the woman usually can't keep up. So it's a step down from a man's workout if he's in shape. If the woman's in shape, then it's a step down for her. But depending on usually if they're both in shape, the workout will be a step down for the man. Just saying. The true romance is a lover's affair between a man and a boy. What? Wait. True romance is a lover's affair between a man. What the hell are you talking about? King Lemuel Production? True romance is a lover's affair between a man and a boy. What the fuck are you talking about, boy? You get your ass out of here. You need to explain that one. That's suspect right there, bruh. You need to explain that damn comment. This yin yang balance, Daniel sign. Yep. So moving along. Last thing I got in the science and the weird. My Lakers. God damn it, my Lakers. You see that what they did to my Lakers? They sold my Lakers to the goddamn Khazarians. I'm so pissed. I'm so upset. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all, man? You gonna sell my Lakers to the Khazarians, bitch? So the Lakers were sold to a group with the main head of Bob Iger and which is the former head of Disney, and Jared Kushner's brother. What kind of bullshit is this? Jared Kushner's brother. So this says Trump was behind this. So we're about to see the real story of how the Lakers sold twice in the last year and a half. How do you sell the Lakers twice in the last year and a half when they only had one owner since the 70s? Since Jerry Buss, they had one owner from the 70s all the way up until up until last year, and then they got two owners. It's over $12.5 billion. But there's a reason. Some say there may be a reason why the Lakers sold for that much. So check it out. There's a scandal behind all of this.
Joining us now is great friend of the show, Pablo Torre, host of Pablo Torre Finds Out. Good to see you, man. Thank you for joining us.
There's so much going on, guys. I feel like the bat signal has been raised to the sky. I'll do my best to answer it.
Well, you're the expert here. So let's go ahead and put it up here on the screen. We're covering the Los Angeles Lakers. Very strange situation. It appears now that the Los Angeles Lakers will be sold to Bob Iger and Joshua Kushner, who is Jared Kushner's brother, some 1 year after Mark Walter bought the team. This comes amid Mark Walter's own personal problems whenever it relates to a federal investigation and, I believe, alleged financial crimes. So, Pablo, can you put this together? How extraordinary is it? It doesn't seem very often that these major sports franchises are sold under these circumstances to Kushner's brother. What angles are you seeing here?
I've never seen a story like this, where the guy who bought the team, the Lakers, the most iconic franchise maybe in the NBA, sells it after 9 months. That alone, the timeline is frankly inexplicable, absent other fascinating reasons. At the same time, keep in mind that Mark Walter, who has one of my favorite superlatives, he is famously private. He was not a guy that people understood to have enough money to evaluate and purchase the Lakers at $10 billion when he bought them in the first place. And so I was tracking that. And then you get the federal investigation thanks to a whistleblower inside one of his companies. And I'll just summarize the alleged scandal there briefly, which is that there's a thing in securities law called related party transactions, where if you have a material relationship, a substantial relationship with another company, like say you also own that, you got to disclose it. And apparently, according to this whistleblower, there was an undisclosed related party relationship, and Mark Walter had said it was about $2 billion in revenue. Allegedly, we're looking at $16 to $17 billion. So this is a massive story that broke in mid-July in the financial press. And days after, one of the great symbolic and fascinating things happens, which is that Mark Walter, who also owns the Dodgers,
right?
The World Series winning Dodgers, goes to visit the White House. And the thing that I saw that I was tracking as soon as I saw this was he gave Donald Trump not just a jersey with his name on it, which is standard practice. He gives him a World Series ring. He put a ring on it. And, well, I asked around, I asked other owners of sports teams, have you guys ever seen?
So he basically bribed Trump to facilitate the deal, to bring in his, so it's not his son-in-law, but it's, you know, son-in-law by, you know, sort of son-in-law adjacent. Bring them in. Do you have anybody who can bail me out, Trump, for this lovely, lovely championship ring we have here? Vanna White, tell him what comes with the ring. Well, nigga brought Vanna White in with the ring and shit.
The president getting a ring, a championship ring at the White House visit, and no one can recall this happening. And so you just have, in the context of all of this, at the highest level, the Trump administration and the power, let's just say it out loud, the power of the pardon, which is looming in the background around all of this. And so that's the one story. But then, guys, Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, and again, I worked for Bob Iger when he ran Disney and Disney owned ESPN. Bob Iger, I know to be a longtime sports fan. He has recently been advising Josh Kushner with Thrive Eternal. And Josh is the quote-unquote good Kushner, so we'll just leave that as a superlative of its own, hang in the air there for a second. But their whole thesis here is that we're going to invest in sports teams. And they've done so. They bought a share of the Giants in Major League Baseball. But the most recent thing that was happening concurrent with the Mark Walter story in the same timeline was their attempt to private equity-ify the World Cup. And that whole thing kicked off a whole scandal in which they were basically defenestrated. Gianni Infantino, Donald Trump's good friend and ally, he was in this proposal to sell shares of a new spin-off company that FIFA would make, in which Josh Kushner and Bob Iger would be his partners in this giant deal. And so that falls apart because Europe revolts.
Right.
They do the thing, we've talked about this before, but the private equityification of all of sports, your appetite for this, your mileage varies. And in Europe, they were like the World Cup. Whoa, that's a bridge too far. And so that deal is killed. But now you have these two parallel tracks happening in which Kushner and Iger are like, okay, so what do we pivot to? They were looking to buy the Las Vegas NBA expansion team, but okay, that wasn't happening as quickly as they wanted. Over here, Mark Walter is like, okay, I'm dealing with a federal investigation in which billions of dollars of my money is now at stake. And in the middle of this Venn diagram emerges the commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, and the Los Angeles Lakers. And this happens over 72 hours, which is also an unprecedented timeline, to be very clear.
When did the investigation?
Now, the real thing behind this is who initiated the investigation into the Lakers owner, the Lakers and Dodgers owner. Because basically they were investigating that he was overvaluing his companies. Like when the $10 billion, he didn't really have the $10 billion to pay for the Lakers. So that's kind of still up in the air. He hasn't paid it yet. So then there's this other thing about the $17 billion. Like he in for a whole lot of money. He's playing 3-card money with money. He's Bernie Madoff and all of his money and shit. But it's not a Ponzi scheme. It's his money, but he don't have all the money he says he having. So he's moving money around, boom, 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 to make it seem like he has way more money than he actually has. So then they find this out, and Trump finds this out on the low. Again, the administration who investigates him, it's not the Biden administration. It just so happens to be Trump. Who urged Trump to investigate him and put homeboy on the hot seat to where he would have to look for a quick sale to come up with some quick cash? Who might have put him up to that, guys? Was it Trump? Did Trump just do that all on his own? Did Trump's administration just go and investigate the Lakers owner, the Dodgers owner, all by himself, put pressure on him so that he would have to give up the Lakers all by himself? Just a coincidence. He found this out. It's just a coincidence. Yep, he was pimping off valuations. Yep. Yeah, Jared, I'm saying Netanyahu bitch. But most likely, yeah, Jared Kushner, and who's run by Netanyahu bitch. Yep. So they go put the pressure on him because their FIFA deal falls through. They say, hey, bro, you need some money, don't you? This investigation is getting kind of hot, ain't it? Ain't it, bro? It's getting hot. Ain't it kind of hot in here, my nigga? It's kind of hot here to me. Goddamn, nigga. Somebody got some AC? Yeah, like, nigga, you need some AC. How's about $2.5 billion on top of the $10 billion you still owe for the Lakers? Is that enough AC for you, bruh? Woo! God damn, it feel good in here. Woo! Who let the goddamn door open? Goddamn, it's chilly. It's AC. It's getting chilly in this bitch. That nigga was like, that's some great air conditioning. Because it was getting hot in this bitch. And they offered him some straight up air conditioning. And he took it immediately, thereby fucking off my team, giving them to the Khazarians, who will now, the Lakers money, any money that you give to the Lakers will go to blow up babies, allegedly, but not allegedly, because they're Zionists. The Khazarians, Bob Iger and Kushner, are Zion. They're two of the biggest ones. So any money they get, they're going to be funneling it back to Bitch Reel, and we know what Bitch Reel is going to be using it for. So now the Lakers are a tool for Bitch Reel to destroy the world. This sucks. This sucks. This honestly, this would help me make my decision that I'm moving out of California. When I heard that, I said, "Oh, the universe is telling you got to get the fuck out of here." The movie industry died. That's my first love. The Lakers are my second love. And both of my loves is dead. So damn it, the universe said, "Get your ass over to Thailand." You might want to bounce to Thailand, bro. So here I come, Thailand. So moving along in nigga news. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. So in nigga news, a teacher, a melanated brother teacher, he broke down because his students couldn't read. And I've talked about this so many times before. But man, this is really bad. Hold on. So check this. This is really terrible. Like terrible. I can find the damn story. Come on, man. Don't do that to me. God damn, man. Every time we won the story, you guys, it does this shit. Hold on. God damn it, man. Son of a. And I can't find the damn story. Hold on. I got to type it in. I'll find it. Although I thought I just had it up here. God damn. All right, let's type it in. Oh, here it goes, right here. Actually, I do have it. I know I had it.
You know something? I saw a video the other day. I think it was on a channel called The Homestead. And it had a bunch of different teachers talking about all of their students, not just black children. And they were talking about how their students couldn't read. Now, I remember listening to an audio success course years ago. And the man on there was talking about how phonics was removed from schools.
Phonics was removed from schools. This is why they can't read. If you know what phonics is phonetics. It means the sounding out of words. It's the sound of a word. And this is back, if you remember back in the day, this is what they used to have you do. Sound out the word. So remember, hooked on, he's about to talk about it too. Hooked on phonics. We had that hooked on phonics shit, but phonics is just sounding out words.
Now, if you grew up with me, in my time, you remember there was a commercial called Hooked on Phonics. You were hooked on phonics. You could get the whole phonics set. It would teach you, you know, extra stuff. Maybe you weren't even learning in school. You know, it was like a home course for learning phonics. Now, some of you don't know what phonics is, but phonics helped you learn how to read properly, okay? And pronounce words properly. And he said phonics was taken out of schools. He said he believes it was done on purpose. He said it was replaced with something called the look-see method. And that method ensures that you truly don't really know how to read. And he also talked about how you can't find hooked on phonics anymore.
Nope.
Yeah. Now, these other teachers were also talking about how kids.
Can anybody find Hooked on Phonics still? Yo, if you find it, send it to me. Send me a link if you can still find Hooked on Phonics. Because they're really trying to dumb down the people in America. It's insane.
Can't comprehend what they write. They can't comprehend what they're even reading. For example, a teacher would say that they would have something on the board for them to copy as their notes. She would ask them the question. The question is answered on the board and in the notes that they wrote down. And they can't figure out what the answer is. And it's plain as day. And the way she was explaining it, it could have been something like, you know, New York City is also known as the Big Apple. Okay. Well, she would ask them, well, what city is known as the Big Apple? And it's right there. And they wouldn't know.
Wow.
I saw something else the other day that said that because of the whole COOF thing that happened,
the answer's on the board. New York is known as the city of the Big Apple. What did they ask them? What city is known as the Big Apple? It's right there on the board. Oh my God. This is worse than idiocracy, man. It really is.
we'd also all be on lockdown and wearing masks. I didn't even think about this. There are children that had to wear masks, and the teachers had to wear masks too. The children, them learning how to speak properly was hindered because they can't see the teacher's mouth moving to enunciate and pronounce the words properly. I was like, whoa, like I never even thought about that being an issue. You know me, I wasn't down with wearing the masks at all anyway. But I didn't think about this, some of the small details and nuances, you know, of things and how we all learn. So this teacher here apparently is breaking down crying because his black students can't read. So let me check this out.
These kids are leaving high school and going to college, and they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I literally broke down in the middle of class. This is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls.
Wow, he's the strong.
Yo, you understand what he has to be seeing to bring him to those type of tears? Like this has to be constant over and over every day. Like 85% of them, 90% of them, he's coming across can't read. Like, what do you do? Like, holy shit, man. You're done for in the future if you can't read. Reading is communication. If you can't communicate with people, how do you get anything out of life? How do you get anything done? You can't, and you won't. It's over. You're not going to create some type of new language that we all going to learn just to placate you. It's not happening. Everybody, let's learn Zagabaloop so Darnell can feel comfortable when he speaks his dumbass shit. We got to learn Zalabaloop. What the hell is Zalabaloop? I don't know. It's some shit that Darnell came back with the other day. He said that's all he know. That's the only shit that he learned how to read is Zalabaloop. We all got to learn Zalabaloop, everybody. Like, nigga, I don't want to learn Zalabaloop. I don't give a damn what you want to learn, nigga. Darnell needs to feel comfortable around all of us. So we need to go learn the dumb shit that he know so that he can feel comfortable like he around other dumb people. Like, so shout out to Darnell. This is insane.
Right. See, growing up, when I was growing up, I didn't know not one person who couldn't read. Not one. I knew a dude that had problems reading, but that was in high school. And I heard.
Let me get back to the.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't play the video anymore. I guess it got cut off right there. But yo, that little part went viral, and people were going nuts. What's the solution? Take your damn kids out of public school. You have got to homeschool your children. It's not even an option. It's mandatory. You have to, excuse me, homeschool your kids if you want them to be viable, any type of, have any type of productivity, self-sufficiency, self-reliance in the future. You're gonna have to do it. You got to figure it out. Obviously, schools have been turned into a place to destroy your child. It's not what it was when I was a kid. They are trying to destroy your child's mind, make them more pliable so they can move the world towards this one world bullshit that they got going. Now, were they doing it back when I was in school? Yeah, but very minimal, not as much. They were teaching us a lot of shit. We had The More You Know. Remember that shit, everybody? The More You Know, after the cartoons on Saturday, after Turbo Teen and Rubik's Cube. Y'all don't remember that shit. Y'all don't remember Turbo Teen and Rubik, do you? You remember the Herculoids, Space Ghost, and all that? But after the damn cartoon on Saturday, they would have the More You Know. They would drop some random, they spit some random facts and knowledge on you. You'd be like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And they'd be like, we know. That's why we know. That's what we said. The more you know. And then on G.I. Joe, we had knowing is half the battle. What is it? Not so no, it was they would drop some science, and then whoever was dropping the science says, and now you know. And then they would say, and knowing, then they would look at the camera, all the Joes would say, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe, a real American hero. So we had The More You Know and Knowing is half the battle. It was really dropping us with some shit. Schoolhouse Rock, they were really trying to teach us back then. Today, hell no. Do they even have Saturday morning cartoons anymore? I don't think they got them. That shit was like breathing to kids back in the day. Making it through the whole week so you can get up on Saturday and watch them goddamn cartoons. Lose your goddamn mind. Wake up, watch cartoons. I watch cartoons from 7 in the morning, really 6. Wake up at 6. Watch cartoons 6 in the morning to 11 a.m. 11 a.m. was karate theater. Then after karate theater, go outside to play. 4 p.m. Kung Fu theater would come back on. Boom, right back in the house watching Kung Fu theater. Had me a goddamn ritual every Saturday. God damn it. Now kids can't even read. They're not teaching shit to these kids. This is sad, man. This is sad. God damn, this is sad. Yep, the more you know. Yep, there it is right there. Wait. Yeah, with the little. That's it, King Sean or Kind Sean. That's it. The more you know. That little star. Shout out to the more you know peoples. If you know, you know. So last thing I got in nigga news. There was a black family who accused a white employees. And I hate this because this story is done by the coon Cajun, but he can be right. You know, the sun what's that saying from white men can't jump. The sun shines on the dog's ass some days. So every now and then he's right. This is one of the stories he was actually right on. This is and I'm mad about it too, because I actually was taking the black people's side. I was on the black people's side. I was like, yeah, there's some bullshit. And then got deeper into the story and found out, oh, so you tell me. So this black dude, he accused the white people of Caucasians of asking him for an ID at the pool. He Airbnb'd a place for the week in the summertime and went down to the pool his last day and was chilling with his kids. And the white ladies come over and they said, yo, we need your ID. Like, you need my ID? What the fuck are you talking about? Now, hold on. So you need my ID? He's like, you're not asking none of the white people around here for their ID, so why are you asking me for my ID? So then he filmed it. Then it went big, got viral. And so all the blackity blacks got on it. I hate to admit, I was one of them. I was like, God damn it, it's hot out there. He ain't used the goddamn pool all week. Now all of a sudden, the last day he used the pool, and now you want to come and jump on the black dude with the kids? I was on it. God damn it. Here's the true story. It sucks. All right, here we go.
Leo Sullivan and his children were staying at the
man out here. So the nice white people come out here and tell me if I don't show them my ID, I have to leave. But no one else has to show their ID. So now she's going to call the police on me. And the police are going to come in front of my children. And they smiling. Look at her smiling. They're smiling. She's smiling. But our residents here.
I'm telling you, I don't want to be recorded.
You being recorded. I'll be here. When the police come, I'll be here. Who takes an ID to the swimming pool? And not just that, nobody else has been asked to show their identification. This is crazy. Now my children are here. This is in front of my children. Welcome to Chicago. Look at the white man, he's swimming. The guy, does the kid over there, does he need his ID? This is crazy. I don't want y'all to be traumatized by this though. No, don't cry. You don't have to cry. So have a seat, Kingston. They're not gonna put me in jail. Hey, peace and blessings, y'all.
Look at how terrified kids are of jail and police and stuff like that. You better get y'all kids over in this goddamn Know Your Rights Foundation. You understand? Stop letting your kids be scared of the goddamn popo. What's wrong with y'all? Get them into this Know Your Rights Foundation immediately.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
See, if his kids were in Know Your Rights Foundation, they would have no fear of the police, of his dad being arrested, because they would know his dad can handle the police as well. They would be able to handle the police. This is where we're going. This is the future, everybody. Not this dumb, our kids can't read future. We can choose which future we want to have for our children. Choose mastering the system. How about that? If we're going to go two ways, either down the dumb drain, or we can completely master the system, learn something new that we've never learned before, that was hidden from our community on purpose. But now we have this information, we can master it and take over the system. Why would you not do that? Why would you choose the dumb drain? Why would you choose going down the dumb drain? And you only got two choices, because they're gonna leave you behind. Either you're gonna move forward with what they have going and be able to create your own place within this new America they're trying to create, or you're going to go down the drain. But check it out. So this is the dude stirring it up after he got kicked out.
Fortunately, we made it back to Atlanta. I got the boys with me. I see that video went viral, which is unfortunate. So the second half would happen. So after the police came, we explained to them that we were residents there. It dawned on me, I need to get these people's information. So I went to the office to get their information, asked the ladies, could they please give me their names? They refused to give me their names. And they actually called the police on me again and said I was harassing them. Fortunately, the police was a very understanding police, and he knew what was going on. We were located the resident was called the Arden or something like that. I'll post the information up there. I'm just happy that my children are doing good, and thank you all so much for inquiring and understanding of those of that nature. Have a great day. Peace, bless you, boy.
Wait. So we got to talk about another race host getting busted because apparently Negroes don't understand that they don't have special rights and privileges. Black people are subject to the same rules as everybody else. But a lot of these blacks think that they're special, that they can just do whatever they want to do. And anybody that questions them when they're clearly in the wrong is somehow a racist, right? Open it this way.
So, of course, his take, he always shits on the black people. So he never gave the black dude any benefit of the doubt in the first place, which is why he searched so hard to find out what was really going on and how the white people were right. That's what he always does. Anytime he hears a story like that, no matter what, he will give the melanated, he won't give the melanated people the benefit of the doubt. He will always give the Caucasian person the benefit of the doubt, always, every single time, no matter what. Like black people are just, every single black person, no matter what, is out here fucking up, just doing some crazy shit. Even though he says he considers himself black. But obviously, if you're not out here doing that, so how could you assume that all melanated people out here just with the fuckery? Just based off of the fact that you say you're not out here doing fuckery. So why would you assume that everybody is if you don't? But no matter what, and keeps talking about race hustler and this and that. Every single video he has some type of black or white or woke. He is the ultimate race hustler. But because he acts like he's not caping for his own people, he not race hustling. You're still doing the opposite. You're doing the opposite. You're caping for the white people. It's the same fucking thing. You just on a different team. What's the fucking difference? So, but in this case, he went and searched real hard and discovered the truth behind this story.
Any non-black person, right, that confronts them, that puts them in their place, right, that enforces rules against them, right, is a racist. And that's essentially what happened in this story involving Leo Sullivan, who accused a couple of women who work for an apartment complex of being racist because they asked to check his ID at an apartment complex he was staying at as an Airbnb, in which he essentially misrepresented himself as a tenant, right, as a permanent tenant. And he filmed the exchange, again, when they asked him to show ID, right, proving that, hey, you're somebody who's supposed to be here.
Watch this video and let's talk about it.
So I'm gonna record this. So I'm sitting out here with the pool with my children. I'm the only black man out here. So the nice white people come out here telling me if I don't show them my ID, I have to leave. But no one else has to show their ID. So now she's gonna call the police on me. And the police are gonna come in front of my children. And they smiling. Look at her smiling. They're smiling. She's smiling. But I have residents here. You're being recorded. I'll be here.
Oh, real quick. Sorry, Leah. Thank you for the cash app, girl. Shout out to the little one at the crib.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you.
When the police come, I'll be here. You're being recorded. I'll be here. When the police come, I'll be here. So now they're calling the police on me. Karen, her friend, she's smiling because they're going to call the police on me because I don't have ID on me. Who takes the ID to the swimming pool? And not just that, nobody else has been asked to show their identification. They're not gonna put me in jail. No, we can, just because we're black, we can sit just like everybody else.
I'm Dr. Michael H. Ford, and let's talk about what you just saw. Two boys at a pool, one walks away. The other stays and cries, begging his father not to go to jail. Not because his father did anything wrong, because his father is black. His name is Leo Sullivan, at a Chicago area apartment complex, with proof he was a legitimate guest. According to Sullivan, both women worked at the complex. He had proof he was staying there. They still demanded his ID. No one else was asked to show anything. Swimming pools are one of the most documented sites of racial exclusion in American history. National Geographic and historian Jeff W. document that white swimmers physically imposed racial segregation at pools through violence. Cities built pools in white neighborhoods to encourage separation. Some admitted black people only on certain days and drained the water afterward. In 2009, a Philadelphia swim club excluded black children, saying they would change the complexion of the club.
This man was at the pool with his children. This pool was at a hotel that he was staying at in Chicago. This lady, who I guess works there, approached him and was asking for his ID and just wanted to check and make sure that he had the right to be there, that he was staying there. The problem is, this is a black man with his black children. He was the only person that was approached and asked to give identification to show that he was staying there. There was other people around.
She one of the wokey black allies. She's the white wokey ally to the blacks.
Other people in the pool, other people on the lounge chairs because he was on a lounge chair. But this guy was the only person that was asked to show an ID. Now, he told the lady that he's at the pool. He doesn't have an ID. Who takes their ID when they go swimming? And she proceeded to call the cops on him, and smiling and laughing. The cops did come. I don't think we really had much of an update of what happened with the cops, but I think we can assume nothing because he was still there. He didn't get taken into custody or anything of that such. He did approach her again later and asked for like her name and her information, and she called him weird and refused to give it to him.
All of you guys in the chat was just like me. See, y'all got some little racism in you too. You just assumed the nigga was just violated. His rights were violated. He couldn't have done anything possibly wrong, right? Let me tell you right now, I hate it. I hate to do stories where this nigga is right. Trust me, I hate doing stories with him, but I'll do it because I shit on him when he's wrong. So I have to show stuff when he's right in order to balance it out, right? So in this story, he just actually happened to be right when he was skeptical of the Melanated Brothers story. And he went and did a deep dive on the research. So all of you are really funny. Lawsuit, discrimination, lawsuit, blah, 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 blah. Look at y'all just jumping on the train, huh? Wait till I show you. Wait till you see what happens. See, all of y'all, take a look at yourself. Are you racist? Are you biased? Are you truly honest with yourself? So here we go.
And then called the cops on him again. So a second time, the cops went to his hotel room and talked to him. We also didn't get much of an update on that, but I can assume that it was probably the same instance. They just kind of left. Now, if they were going around and asking everybody at the pool to give identification to prove that they were able to stay there, that would be one thing. The problem is they only approached this one person and asked for them to prove that they were able to stay there. I can say that I have never, ever, ever, whenever I have stayed at a hotel and been at a pool, been asked to show identification to prove that I had a right to be there. Never.
I don't want y'all to be traumatized by this, though. No, don't cry. You don't have to cry. So have a seat, Kingston. They're not going to put me in jail.
Yeah, they did not put him in jail. Put it full mask. We have the background to this story. Once again, when a random person, let's call it a Karen, says, give me your ID, that's akin to requiring freedom papers. How dare you have the notion that you can be free?
Wow. These race hustlers are so silly, right? They're so silly.
So again, he calls them race hustlers, but that's exactly what he's doing. This whole he thinks he's dispelling racism. And that's what he thinks he's doing. But every single video he has is race baiting. Black this, black that, woke black this, black, white, young YN, black this. I mean, it's all about shitting on most of the time. It's about shitting on niggas. That's what his videos are. And when he has any type of black people in there, it's always, he don't never give any praise to any black melanated people unless it's like Byron Donaldson, who's a Republican. Unless you're Republican or that other black Republican with the bald head, the coon, the raccoon. What's his name? Oh man, he sounds super white. Got the white wife. He a congressman. But unless it's those two, he don't say any praise about melanated people. It's all white. White is right. White is right. Now, in this instance, white ain't right, but he did find the true story behind what was going on. Because watch so the dude is about to give his story.
It happened. Yeah.
So what? Suburb. Leo Suburb.
Roland,
let's go
ahead. Cornhole Martin. Cornhole Martin is jumped in.
The equivalent of asking for freedom papers, right? According to these very silly individuals. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into Roland Fartin here, push this hoax.
Yesterday, we tell you about a black family that faced harassment from two white women while trying to enjoy the pool at a hotel in a Chicago suburb. Leo Sullivan and his children were staying at the Arton of Warrenville Hotel when one of the women called cops on them not once but twice. One of the women repeatedly demanded to see Leo's identification, even though he had already provided proof that they were registered guests at the hotel. Leo and his attorney, Michael Sterling, join us right now. I'm glad to have y'all here. Leo, first and foremost, how long were y'all staying at this hotel?
We had booked the hotel booked the Airbnb for 5 days.
Okay, so this was an Airbnb or was it a hotel?
It was an Airbnb, my bad, Airbnb.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So was this a common pool for residents with properties there?
Yes, it was a common pool. Actually, it was our last day there, and my 8-year-old, he had wanted to spend some time at the pool, and since it was the last day there, I decided to take him down there. We all went down as a family, and that's when everything transpired. As we were sitting at the pool, I was reading a book, and I was approached by this young lady, and she was very agitated. She was adamant. She told me that I had to leave the pool, but actually, verbatimly, she said, "You people have to leave," and I was like, "Pardon me," and she was like, "You have to leave."
You people. See, this makes it bad because this looks bad. This brings it back on all of us when they fuck up like this. When it's not real, watch this, man. Now he pouring it on thick.
And I was like, "Why would I have to leave?" And she was like, "You don't belong here," and I do belong here. And then she went on to question me, and I remember explaining to her that I have I'm staying here. This is the room that I'm in, the apartment that I'm in. I showed her my keys, and she had if you look at the film, the young lady has a piece of paper, and she looked on a piece of paper and she saw that I actually were a resident there. I was living there for those 5 days.
Did this nigga say she saw I were a resident there? Maybe did I hear that right? Did he say she saw I were a resident there? I'm just checking.
And she just stormed. If you look at the film, the young lady has a piece of paper, and she looked on a piece of paper and she saw that I actually were a resident there.
He did say that. She saw I actually were a resident there. He said that, didn't he? Is he putting extras on it? Okay, so now I'm gonna skip to what actually happened because he has the real story of what happened, which I hate it when I have to show that he's right. So check this out.
My son were basketball teammates.
Right.
Okay, so keep in mind the crux of this racism claim is that, well, they only confronted me about an ID because I'm black. Everybody else in the pool, they didn't confront, right? They didn't confront them, right? This is what this guy claimed. This is what he claimed. Lo and behold, the apartment complex drops a statement with actual receipts, right? Proving that this guy is full of shit, right? They say, we are deeply upset about the extensive misinformation being shared on social media about our company and the doxing of our innocent employees. Our company has a long history of serving diverse communities, and we proudly employ individuals of many racial and ethnic backgrounds. We do not condone or tolerate discrimination of any kind, and to falsely portray this incident as discrimination is reckless and harmful to our tenants and our community. Prior to Mr. Leo Sullivan's stay, he acknowledged the requirement to obtain a pool pass at the front desk before entering the pool area. See slides. The CCTV footage shows that he and 4 other unrelated individuals at the pool were all asked to show an ID or their pool pass as required to ensure security for our tenants and guests. Our employee simply follow established property policies that are applied equally to all residents and guests. Yeah, so a couple things here, right? That disproves the pro-blacks, okay? First and foremost, the woman was an employee. She worked for the apartment complex. So clearly,
so she worked. So she worked there. Everything was on the up and up. The lady was on the up and up. There's a policy though that you're supposed to clear before you even go to the pool place. You're supposed to clear your registration with the office. He didn't do that. Watch.
Individuals at the pool, he didn't see it. But again, those are 2 claims that have already been debunked. We have more. Again, they're going to drop actual receipts, right? Since Mr. Sullivan never checked in with the front desk upon his arrival, as he agreed to do, never obtained a pool pass, falsely identified himself as a tenant, and never provided ID when politely asked, staff had no way to identify him as a guest, so authorities were called to help resolve the situation. Unfortunately, instead of easily resolving the matter, Mr. Sullivan chose to escalate the situation, falsely portrayed the incident on social media, mischaracterized our staff, and now has put lives in danger. We treated Mr. Sullivan with respect and professionalism, as we do with all tenants and guests, and will always maintain a welcoming and safe environment for all. So, again, you don't have to take their word for it. They are literally dropping receipts of this guy when they asked him to check in. Look at this. Look at this. This is what he said. Hi, Leo. We're excited to welcome you to Warrenville on July 30th, 2026. A day before your arrival, we'll send you the check-in information, and your door code will be shared by Airbnb. On the morning of your check-in, we'll also share some helpful tips for your stay. If you're planning to use the pool during your stay, please provide us with first and last names of all adult guests, max of 4 adults.
There it is right there. That's the email from the place saying, yo, you need to give us, if you want to use the pool, then you need to register everybody who wants to use the pool beforehand. Right there. Right there, fucking right there.
Arrival, all adult guests will need to stop by the front desk with their IDs to receive pool access. For reservations of 30 plus days, a physical pool card will be provided. For reservations less than 30 days, the front desk will provide temporary access to the pool. If we don't receive names, unfortunately, we cannot guarantee pool access. This only applies to adults, not required for the kids. Please note the pool is open during summer months from June to early September. Yeah, so clearly they told this guy that in order to use the pool, you have to check in. You have to come to the front desk with your ID, and we're going to give you pool passes. Now, I'm not entirely sure how they have the setup, whether they have some type of gate to get into the pool or what, but regardless.
So they told him everything he was supposed to do to get into the pool. Everything done. I mean, they've done it a couple of times. When he registered, when he registered the first time, then they sent him an email just to reiterate. So he was amply warned that if you want to use the pool, you need to do this. So probably what happened is he said he was there for like 5 days. They probably didn't use the pool for 5 days and he forgot. And so on the last day, when he get ready to use the pool, he just thought, oh, I can just get ready to go out here and use the pool and not follow the rules. So again, this is why it looks bad on melanated people. When we sit up here and we blow up like this, talking about racism, and you the one that didn't follow the shit. You didn't do it. They didn't do anything. There's policies and rules, dude. Everything. And melanated people always want to, skirt the rules, jump over the rule, go around the rule. Now, a lot of times that's cool because that's what the Khazarians do. Keep pushing, keep, habitual line stepping until they say, till they tell you to stop. But right now they don't get the publicity that we do when we habitually line step. See, we get the backlash because we're the poster people for the habitual line stepping. Khazarians, no one talks about them. They know they run the whole thing. They can keep themselves anonymous when they want. So this is why it looks bad when we do stuff like this, and then the community jumps on it without investigating and looking at the real facts, and could have just seen the email that he got when he first registered in. He first checked in. They told him, "Hey, you want to go to the pool? Come over here. Tell us how many people you need. We'll give you a pass and everything." He didn't do that. Just like a nigga. Goddamn. I hate to say that shit. I hate this nigga. I hate when this nigga make me when he's right. I swear to God, I hate it because boy, he hate black people, he hate melanated people so much. I swear to God, when he right though, I hate it. But he was actually right in this story, so I had to give him the props on this one, man. Or the credit, not props, but the credit on this one. But goddamn, man. So again, people, make sure that anybody who was subscribed, real quick, anybody who was subscribed to the status classes on Patreon, I got them back up right here. What you want to do is go to the merch shop right here, because these classes are important, and so I have them locked, so I don't have a menu for them up here. You have to go directly. So go to the merch shop right here. You scroll all the way down to status classes. Click on the status classes, and you will see we have the Nagas supporter, tiers 1 and 2. We have the the Dragon Moor supporter, the Phoenix Moor supporter, the Golden Dragon supporter, the Golden Phoenix supporter. So with all of these comes great perks. You're going to get, so the greater subscription that you get, the more perks you get. At the top levels, at this level here, the higher levels, you get the paperwork for free. I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. You have to be able to explain it. At the very top level, if you want the Master Yoda supporter, this is me side by side, holding your hand, filling out the paperwork, and doing your status with you. So that's what this, at the very top level, I'll do it for, not for you, but I'll do it with you together, side by side, hand in hand. So to make sure that you understand what you're doing. So anything you're doing, I mean, writing of the paperwork, looking over all of that stuff, giving you certain lines. So I'll give you the paperwork, but you have to tailor make it to yourself. So I'll help you do that as well. So like I said, at the top levels, you will get all the paperwork plus me, unlimited for the month. That's at the top level. Now, I don't just do this for anybody, which is why you see what it is. But if you want me personally, one-on-one, as a mentor at the top, for you to help do your status paperwork and teach you one-on-one, again, you can get the top level. At the other levels, you get the paperwork. Some of the levels you get discounts on the paperwork. So, and you get free gifts, snapbacks, constitutional rights cards, know your rights manuals, access to the police stop law class, live police stop law class with me every week. So many perks I have in there. It's crazy. I'm giving y'all way too much, I think, and honestly, but I like to interact with people. So the police stop law class, you'll be able to hang with me on Sundays like everybody else. We have a great time. It's so fun. It doesn't even seem like you know, it's the amount of time that it is, the length that it is, but because we get through it so fast. So everybody, that's the way to support. Also, the other way to support is hooking this up.
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The Great Book of Melanin Research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind, a record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
That's right. Get that Great Book of Melanin Research, that hard copy. That's the best way to support Real Nagas, that whole Police Stop Law package, but you get the new stuff. That video had all the old stuff. You get all the new stuff. The new Know Your Rights manual, the new Public Official Bonds book with all of the states, counties, and cities that have turned themselves into insurance companies and created bonds and insurance for their public officials. All the names, contact numbers, addresses, emails, phone number. I got everything. The amounts of the bonds and insurance, everything in there. So for all 50 states. So that's the new right there. This is worth a couple $100 by itself, honestly. This is, if I'm being honest, all the work and how hidden this information was, I should be charging like $300 for this book. So it completely frees you from the tyranny of police officers and public officials. You absolutely know how to hold them accountable now. There's no, we can just do whatever we want to you. Now, when they do that, you go back and you smack them and you take that bond or that insurance. And trust me, that really hurts them. They can't work, or if it's a police officer, they have to work in the office until the lien is satisfied. So that's how you do that. And again, you get all the good stuff. Constitutional rights cards. Only one of these two. You have to tell me which one. Qualified immunity card with the notice. And a free t-shirt. You don't have to get the Rapstrology t-shirts. You can get one of the other dope t-shirts I showed you today. FAFO, the Boondocks, the Boondock shirts, the God. I got the God and the Gangster shirts. I got so many different designs in there. You can peruse the whole store and order whatever shirt that you want. As well, in the status classes, and at the upper levels, you get free t-shirts. I mean, man, I'm hooking y'all up with the status classes. So make sure you get over there and subscribe. Also, if you just want to subscribe to the lower levels, just so you can help out every month, I would appreciate that as well. So thank you guys for showing up today. Thank you, moderators, for being in here, hooking it up. Thank you for all the super chats and the cash apps. Appreciate y'all for helping me get to the goal. We climbed over at the last moment, so appreciate you guys for hooking it up. I'm out of here, about to watch me some Avatar. Got me hyped on Avatar today, talking about Zuko was evil from the jump. You lost your damn mind. Zuko was not evil. Zuko was confused because of his daddy. Then when he told his daddy the EAD, the real Zuko came out, and the rest is history. Azula, that crazy bitch. That's another story, bro. That is a whole another story. Azula was nuts. But I'm out of here. I'll holler at y'all next week. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.